Beneath layers of sand that have shifted for millennia, Egypt holds secrets that whisper to us across time. Every dawn that breaks over the Nile reveals shadows that shouldn't exist, structures that defy explanation, and mysteries that grow deeper the more we learn. Tonight, we venture into these quiet enigmas together, from the riddle carved into the Sphinx's weathered face, to the missing pharaohs who vanished from history itself, from underground labyrinths that stretch beyond mapping to star charts that tracked celestial movements. We're only beginning to understand. Each mystery carries the weight of thousands of years, the accumulated wonder of a civilization that mastered arts and sciences we still struggle to comprehend. The desert remembers everything, even what we've forgotten. As you settle into this journey through ancient Egypt's most perplexing puzzles, let the gentle rhythm of these enduring mysteries carry you deeper into rest. The pharaohs have been patient guardians of their secrets for centuries. They can wait a little longer, while you find peace in their eternal watch. The riddle of the Sphinx. When geologist Robert Schoch examined the weathering patterns on the Great Sphinx in 1991, his findings challenged everything Egyptologists believed about its age. The erosion he documented could only have been caused by thousands of years of heavy rainfall in a region that has been essentially arid for over 4,500 years. The Sphinx sits in silence, its limestone body bearing scars that tell a story conventional archaeology struggles to explain. Those vertical fissures running down its flanks, the undulating patterns carved deep into its surface, they speak of water, not wind, of deluges that haven't touched this desert since the last ice age ended. Orthodox dating places, the Sphinx's creation around 2500 BCE, carved during Khafre's reign in the 4th dynasty. The reasoning seems straightforward enough. The monument sits near Khafre's pyramid, and a weathered inscription mentions his name, yet this comfortable timeline crumbles when examined through the lens of geological evidence. Dr. Schoch's analysis suggests the Sphinx could be thousands of years older than previously thought, perhaps dating back to 7,000 or even 10,000 BCE, when the Sahara was green and rivers flowed where now only sand exists. The implications ripple outward like stones dropped in still water. If accurate, this dating pushes the Sphinx's creation back into prehistory, into an era when conventional archaeology tells us no civilization possessed the organizational capacity for such monumental construction. The mystery deepens when we examine what lies beneath. In 1993, seismic surveys revealed chambers and cavities hidden within and around the Sphinx. These hollow spaces, some quite large, remain largely unexplored. The Egyptian authorities have restricted access, leaving researchers to wonder what knowledge might be sealed within these ancient voids. John Anthony West, who brought Schoch to Egypt, spent decades studying the monument's anomalies. He documented how the Sphinx's body shows far more weathering than other structures supposedly built during the same period. The nearby mastaba tombs and temple complexes display the sharp-edged erosion typical of wind and sand, while the Sphinx bears the smooth, flowing patterns that only water can carve. The ancient Egyptians themselves seem to have regarded the Sphinx as already ancient. The dream stele, erected between the monument's paws by Thutmose IV around 1400 BCE, describes the pharaoh's encounter with the image of Khepri, suggesting the statue was buried in sand and largely forgotten even then. Restoration work visible on the monument shows that multiple dynasties attempted to repair and preserve what they considered an inheritance from their remote ancestors. Recent investigations have uncovered other puzzling elements. Ground-penetrating radar has detected rectangular chambers beneath the Sphinx's paws, while acoustic tests reveal hollow spaces within the body itself. These discoveries echo claims made by Edgar Cayce, the American psychic who in the 1930s spoke of a hall of records hidden beneath the monument. Though such connections venture into territory where archaeology meets speculation, the Sphinx's original appearance remains another enigma. Evidence suggests the head has been recarved at least once, possibly multiple times. The proportions seem wrong. The head appears too small for the massive leonine body, leading some researchers to propose that the current human face was carved from an originally larger lion's head. Tool marks on the neck area support this theory, showing different carving techniques and weathering patterns than the surrounding stone. If the head was indeed recarved, when did this happen and why? Some suggest ancient pharaohs altered the monument to bear their own features, while others propose more practical reasons, perhaps damage from weathering or vandalism necessitated the modification. The face traditionally attributed to Khafre may not be his at all, but rather the work of later dynasties attempting to claim ownership of an already ancient marvel. The geological evidence continues to accumulate. Independent studies by other researchers have supported Skoke's initial findings. Colin Reeder, a British geologist, has identified similar rainfall-induced weathering patterns while proposing a more conservative dating revision, still pushing the Sphinx's origins back several centuries earlier than orthodox timelines suggest. The implications stretch beyond archaeology into our understanding of human civilization itself. If the Sphinx predates the rise of dynastic Egypt by millennia, who possessed the knowledge and resources to carve it? The monument required sophisticated planning, skilled artisanship, and the ability to quarry, transport, and precisely position massive limestone blocks. These capabilities supposedly didn't exist in the Nile Valley until the emergence of the pharaonic state. Alternative theories have emerged to fill this gap. Some researchers propose that survivors of an advanced prehistoric civilization created the Sphinx, later inspiring the mythology and religious practices of dynastic Egypt. Others suggest that early post-glacial cultures were more sophisticated than previously recognized, capable of monumental architecture millennia before the first pyramids. The Egyptian archaeological establishment largely rejects these proposals, maintaining that no credible evidence supports such early dating. They point to the inscription mentioning Khafre, the monument's location within the Giza complex, and the absence of any known culture capable of such construction in prehistoric Egypt. The weathering patterns, they argue, could result from factors other than rainfall, perhaps groundwater, chemical processes, or restoration work using different stone types. Yet the questions persist. Why does the Sphinx show weathering patterns so different from nearby monuments supposedly built during the same period? What lies within those sealed chambers detected by modern technology? Why do the ancient Egyptians' own records suggest they inherited rather than created this monument? Standing before the Sphinx today, visitors encounter more than carved limestone. They face a riddle that challenges our fundamental assumptions about the past. The monument guards not just the Giza Plateau, but secrets that could reshape our understanding of human history. In its weathered features and enigmatic gaze, we glimpse the possibility that civilization's story began far earlier and in far more mysterious circumstances than we've dared to consider. The Sphinx keeps its silence, as it has for millennia, but the stones themselves speak to those willing to listen, whispering of rains that fell when the world was young, and of hands that carved meaning into stone when history itself was still waiting to be born. The lost labyrinth of Egypt. When Herodotus walked the sun-baked paths of ancient Egypt 25 centuries ago, he encountered something that left him struggling for words. The Greek historian, who had witnessed the grandest temples and the most imposing monuments of his age, stood before a structure so vast and complex that he declared it superior even to the pyramids themselves. He called it the Labyrinth of Egypt, and his account would haunt archaeologists for millennia to come. According to Herodotus, this colossal maze contained 3,000 rooms spread across 2 levels. Half lay above ground, bathed in desert light, while the other half descended into darkness below. The upper chambers alone, he wrote, defied comprehension. Room after room, corridor after corridor, all intricately connected by passages that seemed to fold back upon themselves in impossible geometries. But it was the lower level that truly captured his imagination and his fear. The Egyptian priests who guided him through the upper chambers refused to let him descend. Those lower rooms, they insisted, contained the sacred tombs of the kings who built the labyrinth, along with the sacred crocodiles that served as their eternal guardians. Herodotus could only peer down into the mouth of those descending passages, wondering what secrets the darkness held. The Roman historian Pliny the Elder later added his own testimony, describing walls of polished stone that caught and reflected light in bewildering patterns. Strabo, the Greek geographer, wrote of the structure's mind-bending complexity, noting that the interconnected halls and winding passages formed patterns that seemed almost alive. Each visitor's account added another layer to the mystery, yet none could fully capture what they had witnessed. For centuries, these ancient testimonies remained the only evidence of the labyrinth's existence. Scholars debated whether such a structure could have been real, or whether the historians had fallen victim to exaggeration and local legend. Then, in the late 19th century, the hunt began in earnest. British archaeologist Flinders Petrie arrived at Hawara in 1888, armed with the ancient descriptions and a determination to solve the puzzle. He found the pyramid of Amenemhat III easily enough, its weathered stones rising from the desert floor exactly where the ancient sources had placed them. But of the great labyrinth, he discovered only scattered foundation stones and fragments of granite. The structure that had so awed Herodotus had seemingly vanished, leaving behind only tantalizing traces in the sand. Petrie's disappointment was profound, but his findings raised questions that proved even more intriguing than answers might have been. The foundation remains he uncovered suggested a building of enormous size, easily large enough to match the ancient descriptions. Yet the absence of the structure itself created a puzzle within a puzzle. Where had thousands of tons of dressed stone disappeared to? How does a building that rivaled the pyramids simply vanish? Modern investigations have revealed part of the answer. Much of the labyrinth stone was quarried away over the centuries, its blocks repurposed for other construction projects. The desert sand has claimed much of what remained, burying foundations beneath layers of sediment accumulated over 2 millennia. But this practical explanation only deepens the central mystery. What was the labyrinth actually for? The ancient sources offer conflicting purposes. Some describe it as an administrative center, a vast bureaucratic complex where the affairs of Egypt's nomes could be managed. The 3,000 rooms would have housed officials from across the kingdom, creating a governmental hub unlike anything seen before or since. Others suggest a religious function, pointing to the sacred crocodiles mentioned by Herodotus and the tomb chambers that supposedly filled the lower level. Recent archaeological surveys using ground-penetrating radar and satellite imagery have detected massive underground structures in the area. These hidden foundations extend far beyond what Petrie discovered on the surface, suggesting that much of the original labyrinth may still exist, sealed beneath centuries of accumulated sand and debris. The electromagnetic signatures detected by modern instruments reveal a complex network of chambers and passages that matches and perhaps exceeds the scale described by ancient historians. Dr. Zahi Hawass, Egypt's former Minister of Antiquities, has spoken of plans to excavate these buried sections, but political instability and funding challenges have repeatedly delayed such efforts. The few test excavations that have been conducted have yielded tantalizing glimpses. Fragments of relief carvings show processions of figures carrying offerings, while broken papyri contain references to the houses within houses and the paths that return upon themselves. One particularly intriguing fragment, discovered in 2008 but not fully translated until 2015, contains what appears to be a partial map or guide to the labyrinth's layout. The hieroglyphic text describes chambers of judgment and halls of memory, suggesting purposes that went far beyond simple administration or burial. The document mentions the weighing of hearts in darkness and the paths walked by those who would know truth, language that evokes the underworld journey described in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. This connection to funerary literature has led some researchers to propose that the labyrinth served as a kind of training ground or preparation facility for the afterlife. The complex maze of passages might have been designed to simulate the journey through the underworld that every Egyptian soul was believed to undertake after death. Initiates could practice navigating the symbolic challenges they would face in the realm of Osiris, completing trials that would prepare them for their ultimate judgment. The sacred crocodiles mentioned by ancient sources add another layer to this interpretation. In Egyptian mythology, the crocodile god Sobek was associated with both the Nile's life-giving waters and the dangerous passage between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Live crocodiles dwelling within the labyrinth's depths would have served as potent symbols of this liminal space, guardians of secrets meant only for the initiated. Yet questions remain that challenge every proposed explanation. Why build such an enormous structure at Hawara, relatively far from Egypt's traditional centers of power? What happened to the detailed records that such a complex would have surely generated? And perhaps most puzzling of all, how did the ancient Egyptians engineer a structure so intricate that experienced travelers could barely describe its layout? The labyrinth of Egypt remains hidden, waiting beneath the sand for someone brave enough to follow its buried corridors into the darkness. Somewhere in those forgotten chambers, answers lie buried alongside the stones, ready to reveal why the ancient world's greatest civilization built a maze that challenged the very concept of space itself. The missing pharaoh's tomb. In 1881, when archaeologists unwrapped the mummy of Pharaoh Amenhotep I at the Cairo Museum, they made a discovery that would puzzle Egyptologists for the next century and a half. The body bore signs of having been rewrapped not once, but twice in antiquity, yet his tomb had never been found. This creates an archaeological paradox that defies explanation. How does a pharaoh's mummy survive intact through multiple ancient restorations, while his burial place vanishes completely from the historical record? The answer lies buried somewhere beneath Egypt's endless sands, in a tomb that has eluded every expedition sent to find it. Amenhotep I ruled Egypt around 1525 BCE, during the golden dawn of the New Kingdom. He was the second pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, inheriting the throne from his father Ahmose, who had expelled the foreign Hyksos rulers and reunified Egypt. Under Amenhotep's 20-year reign, Egypt flourished economically and artistically, establishing many of the traditions that would define pharaonic burial practices for centuries to come. The mystery begins with what we know about his burial. Ancient papyrus records from Deir el-Medina, the village of royal tomb builders, mention work being done on Amenhotep's sepulchre. These documents reference specific materials, work crews, and even payment records for the artisans who carved and decorated his eternal resting place. The tomb existed, it was built, it was used, yet modern archaeology cannot locate it. Dr. Zahi Hawass spent decades searching the Valley of the Kings, systematically exploring every promising geological formation. Ground-penetrating radar has swept across acres of desert terrain. Satellite imagery has been analyzed for subtle depressions or anomalies that might indicate a hidden entrance. Each promising lead dissolves into disappointment. The evidence suggests his tomb should be relatively easy to find. Unlike later pharaohs who were buried in remote, heavily concealed chambers, Amenhotep lived during an era when royal tombs were still constructed with some regard for accessibility. His successors built magnificent subterranean complexes in the Valley of the Kings, most of which archaeologists have catalogued and explored. His grandfather and father were buried in clearly identifiable locations. The gap in the archaeological record makes no logical sense. What makes this absence even more intriguing is the condition of Amenhotep's mummy when it was discovered. The wrappings showed clear evidence of ancient restoration work performed during the 21st dynasty. Roughly 500 years after his death, priests of that later era had carefully rewrapped him with new linen and protective amulets, suggesting they had access to his original burial chamber as late as 1000 BCE. This restoration work wasn't unusual in itself. Egypt went through periods of economic difficulty when royal tombs were systematically robbed of their precious metals and gems. Pious later dynasties would sometimes gather the disturbed mummies, perform new burial rituals, and relocate them to more secure hiding places. The famous cache of royal mummies discovered at Deir el-Bahari in 1881 represents one such rescue operation. But here's where Amenhotep's case becomes genuinely mysterious. The other mummies in that cache could all be traced back to their original tombs. Archaeologists knew where Seti I had been buried originally. They could identify the looted chambers of Ramesses the Great. The paper trail of tomb robberies and subsequent clerical interventions was relatively clear for most of these relocated pharaohs. Amenhotep I presents no such trail. The ancient records go silent about his tomb's location after the initial construction documents. It's as though the burial site was deliberately erased from official memory. Some researchers have theorized that his tomb lies in an entirely different region. Dr. Aidan Dodson of Bristol University has suggested that early 18th dynasty pharaohs may have continued the tradition of burial at Dra Abu el-Naga, a necropolis north of the Valley of the Kings. Several promising sites in this area have yielded tantalizingly relevant artifacts, but no definitive proof of royal burial. Others believe the tomb remains hidden in plain sight within the Valley of the Kings itself, perhaps sealed behind a rockfall or concealed beneath the foundations of a later tomb. The valley's geology is complex, with multiple limestone layers and natural fissures that could easily conceal an entrance. When Howard Carter discovered Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922, it lay just feet from areas that had been excavated repeatedly by previous expeditions. The technological analysis of Amenhotep's mummy has revealed additional mysteries. CT scans performed in 2006 showed that he died in his 40s, apparently from natural causes, wearing elaborate golden jewelry that was left undisturbed during the ancient rewrapping process. This suggests his mummy was treated with unusual reverence, even during later restoration work. Most pharaohs lost their precious burial goods to thieves, but Amenhotep somehow retained his. This special treatment extends to the historical record as well. Ancient Egyptian texts refer to Amenhotep I and his mother, Queen Amos Nefertari, as patron deities of the Theban necropolis. The tomb builders of Deir el-Medina worshipped them in small shrines and left offerings at their household altars for generations. Such devotion might explain why his burial place was kept secret even from contemporary records. Recent advances in remote sensing technology have opened new possibilities for the search. In 2021, a team from Cairo University identified several subsurface anomalies in the Dra Abu el-Naga region using electromagnetic surveys. These geophysical signatures suggest the presence of void spaces beneath the desert floor, possibly indicating chambers that could contain undisturbed burials. The implications of finding Amenhotep's tomb extend far beyond archaeological curiosity. His reign marked a crucial transitional period in Egyptian history, when the kingdom was consolidating power after the trauma of foreign occupation. His burial goods would likely contain unprecedented information about early New Kingdom artistic styles, religious practices, and political relationships with neighboring civilizations. More intriguingly, his tomb might preserve organic materials that could revolutionize our understanding of ancient Egyptian daily life. Unlike the heavily looted burials of later pharaohs, Amenhotep's sepulchre could contain intact furniture, textiles, food offerings, and papyrus documents that would provide an unfiltered window into Bronze Age Egyptian civilization. The search continues beneath the desert stars, where sophisticated instruments probe the silence of the sand. Somewhere in that vast archaeological landscape lies a doorway sealed for 35 centuries, guarding the secrets of a pharaoh whose mummy outlasted his monument. The tomb of Amenhotep I remains Egypt's most elusive prize, waiting in the darkness to reveal what the ancient priests deemed too precious to remember. Decoding the Rosetta Stone. For 17 centuries, the ancient language of Egypt remained silent. Hieroglyphs stood frozen on temple walls and tomb chambers, their meanings lost to time. Then, in July 1799, a French soldier's shovel struck something extraordinary near the town of Rosetta. That single moment would unlock the voices of the pharaohs, but it would also create new mysteries that scholars still wrestle with today. The discovery itself carries an air of improbability. Pierre-François Bouchard, part of Napoleon's expeditionary force, was working on fortifications when he unearthed a dark granodiorite slab covered in 3 distinct scripts, the same text carved in hieroglyphic, Demotic, and ancient Greek. What are the odds that this particular stone would surface at precisely the moment when European scholars possessed both the linguistic tools and the burning curiosity to decode it? The stone's journey from Egyptian soil to British hands reads like a story of cultural tug-of-war. When Napoleon's forces surrendered Egypt to the British in 1801, the Rosetta Stone became a spoil of war, shipped to London where it has remained ever since. But this transfer raises questions that extend beyond mere ownership. Why did the French scholars, who had worked so diligently to understand its significance, allow it to slip away so easily? Some correspondence from that period suggests they had already made detailed copies that have never been fully examined by modern researchers. Jean-François Champollion receives credit as the stone's primary decoder, the brilliant linguist who cracked the hieroglyphic code in 1822. Yet his breakthrough came only after years of frustration, and the final moment of understanding arrived with a suddenness that he himself found startling. Champollion later described rushing to his brother's office, declaring, "I've got it," then collapsing from exhaustion. What triggered that flash of insight after so many failed attempts? Recent analysis of Champollion's personal papers reveals something curious. In the months before his breakthrough, he had been corresponding with an unnamed scholar who signed letters only with the initial M. These letters contained detailed observations about Coptic linguistic patterns, observations that seem to have directly influenced Champollion's successful approach. The identity of M remains unknown, and the original letters have disappeared from the archives. The stone itself presents physical mysteries that transcend its textual content. Geological analysis confirms it originated from a quarry in Aswan, over 200 kilometers south of where Bouchard found it. But the Aswan quarries were primarily used for monuments destined for temples and royal tombs. Why would a routine administrative decree, for that's what the Rosetta Stone's text actually contains, be carved on stone, normally reserved for the most sacred purposes? The decree it bears, issued by priests in Memphis in 196 BCE, honors the young Ptolemy V, but this wasn't a pharaoh of particular distinction. His reign was marked by rebellion and instability. Egyptian priests had little reason to celebrate him with such elaborate multilingual proclamation, unless, of course, the stone served a purpose beyond mere royal flattery. Some scholars have noted that the three scripts appear to have been carved by different hands, despite being part of a single commission. The hieroglyphic section shows the flowing confidence of a master scribe. The demotic portion bears the practical efficiency of everyday administrative writing. The Greek text, however, contains subtle irregularities, letter forms that suggest the carver was not entirely comfortable with the language. Why would such an important document be entrusted to scribes of varying skill levels? The stone's condition when found raises additional questions. It appeared to have been deliberately buried, not simply discarded or lost. The careful placement, the protective layer of sand, the fact that it survived intact while so many other monuments crumbled, these details suggest intentional preservation. Someone wanted this particular stone to endure. Archaeological evidence from the Rosetta area indicates heavy construction activity during the Roman period, centuries after the stone was carved. Roman engineers were building coastal fortifications, repurposing older Egyptian monuments as building material. Yet they left this stone untouched, buried but undamaged. Did they recognize its importance, or were they following instructions passed down through generations of local inhabitants? The text itself contains an anomaly that few people discuss. While the Greek and Demotic versions flow as straightforward administrative language, the hieroglyphic section includes phrases and word choices that seem deliberately archaic, as if whoever carved it was trying to evoke an earlier period of Egyptian civilization. Some linguists have suggested this represents an attempt to legitimize Ptolemaic rule by connecting it to Egypt's ancient past. Others wonder if the hieroglyphic carver was working from a different source document entirely. Modern technology has revealed additional layers to the mystery. High-resolution scanning shows traces of earlier text that had been carefully removed before the current inscription was added. The stone was reused, its original message erased to make room for the Ptolemaic decree. What words were deemed less worthy of preservation than a routine royal proclamation? X-ray analysis has also detected metallic traces within the stone's surface, traces consistent with ancient pigmentation. The Rosetta Stone was once painted, its carved letters filled with bright colors to make them easily readable. Yet no other copies of this decree have been found, despite the text's claim that identical versions were placed in temples throughout Egypt. Where are the companion stones? Were they destroyed, or do they remain buried beneath centuries of accumulated sand and rubble? The stone's fame has overshadowed a troubling gap in our understanding. While we celebrate it as the key that unlocked ancient Egyptian writing, we know remarkably little about the civilization that created it. The Ptolemaic period represents the twilight of pharaonic Egypt, a time when Greek rulers governed through Egyptian traditions they never fully understood. The Rosetta Stone captures this cultural intersection, but it also highlights how much we've lost from the empire's golden age. Perhaps the stone's greatest mystery lies not in what it reveals, but in what it has prevented us from seeking. Its success in decoding hieroglyphs was so complete, so satisfying, that scholars rarely question whether other approaches might yield different insights. The ancient Egyptians had multiple writing systems, complex symbolic languages that may have operated according to principles we've never considered. In the British Museum, visitors gather around the Rosetta Stone daily, seeing it as a symbol of human intellectual triumph. But standing before that dark slab, one can't help wondering about the voices it has silenced along with those it helped restore. Every answer creates new questions, and some secrets prefer to remain hidden beneath the desert sand. The Curses of the Pharaohs. 3 photographs sit in the British Museum's archives, catalogued but rarely discussed. They show the same man, Lord Carnarvon, in 1921, vibrant and eager as he funds the search for Tutankhamun's tomb. Then in early 1923, confident beside Howard Carter at the tomb's entrance. The final image, taken just months later, reveals a gaunt figure, his left cheek bearing a peculiar mark. Within weeks of that last photograph, he was dead, and the newspapers had their story. The Curse of the Pharaohs had claimed its first victim. What the papers didn't report was more unsettling. When Carnarvon's body was being prepared in Cairo, the morticians noted the infected mosquito bite on his cheek, but according to Howard Carter's field notes, discovered decades later, they had found something curious in Tutankhamun's mummy wrappings during their examination. In the exact same location on the pharaoh's preserved face was a small, dark lesion. Dr. Lesion, Alfred Lucas, the team's chemist, had documented 22 people present during the tomb's opening phases. By 1935, 8 were dead. The others, their medical records, where they survive, tell a strange story of respiratory ailments, neurological symptoms, and in 3 cases, sudden behavioral changes that colleagues described as obsessive focus on ancient Egyptian religious practices. Carter himself lived another 16 years after the discovery, but his private correspondence reveals a man tormented by experiences he couldn't explain. In a 1928 letter to his niece, he wrote about hearing sounds from sealed chambers, about finding objects mysteriously moved overnight, and about dreams so vivid he would wake speaking words he later recognized as Middle Egyptian hieratic script. The medical explanation seemed straightforward. Dr. Ezzeddin Taha, a Cairo University biologist, published findings in 1962 suggesting that ancient tombs harbored Aspergillus niger and other fungi capable of causing severe respiratory infections. His research was thorough, his methodology sound. 3 weeks after presenting his findings at an international conference, Dr. Taha died in a car accident. His research files disappeared from his office before his replacement could review them. Yet the fungi theory fails to address the more peculiar aspects of reported curse incidents. Take the case of Richard Bethel, Carter's personal secretary, found dead in his London apartment in 1929, apparently from heart failure, though he was only 35 and had no history of cardiac problems. The investigating officer noted that Bethel's apartment was meticulously arranged in what appeared to be the pattern of a pharaoh's burial chamber, complete with makeshift canopic jars containing what the coroner later identified as Bethel's own hair and fingernail clippings. The curse stories multiply across decades, but they follow patterns that don't align neatly with either supernatural explanations or simple coincidence. Professor James Henry Breasted of the University of Chicago maintained detailed correspondence with 12 different archaeological teams working in the Valley of the Kings between 1920 and 1940. His letters, donated to the Oriental Institute archives, describe recurring phenomena, team members reporting identical dreams featuring hieroglyphic texts they couldn't read but could draw with perfect accuracy, sudden proficiency in ancient Egyptian among people with no prior language training, and most disturbing, what Breasted termed temporal displacement episodes, where individuals would lose hours or days with no memory of their actions. Modern archaeology approaches these accounts with understandable skepticism, yet the documentation is extensive and comes from credible sources. Sir Ernest Budge, keeper of Egyptian antiquities at the British Museum, privately funded a study in 1931 examining the psychological effects of prolonged exposure to ancient Egyptian burial sites. The study, conducted by Dr. Margaret Murray of University College London, involved structured interviews with 43 individuals who had worked in Egyptian tombs for more than 6 months. Murray's findings, filed away in the Royal Anthropological Institute's archives, revealed statistical anomalies that troubled her enough to recommend terminating the study early. Participants reported shared symbolic dreams at rates far exceeding statistical probability, exhibited behavioral changes consistent with what she termed cultural possession, and demonstrated knowledge of ancient Egyptian religious practices they claimed never to have studied. Most concerning was her observation that these effects intensified with proximity to specific tomb types, particularly those associated with pharaohs who had died violently or whose reigns had ended in political upheaval. The question becomes not whether the curses are real in some supernatural sense, but whether the ancient Egyptians possessed knowledge of psychological manipulation techniques sophisticated enough to influence people across millennia. Recent analysis of tomb paintings and hieroglyphic texts by Dr. Joanne Fletcher at the University of York suggests that certain pharaohs employed what we might recognize today as deliberate psychological programming, embedding specific symbolic sequences designed to create lasting mental impressions on tomb intruders. This interpretation gains weight when we consider the advanced understanding of human psychology demonstrated in other aspects of ancient Egyptian culture. Their medical papyri describe treatments for what we would now recognize as post-traumatic stress, depression, and anxiety disorders. The Edwin Smith Papyrus contains observations about brain function that weren't rediscovered by Western medicine until the 19th century. If they possessed this level of psychological sophistication, the deliberate construction of tombs as psychological weapons becomes plausible. The most compelling modern case occurred in 1993, when a team from Johns Hopkins discovered an intact burial chamber near Saqqara. Dr. Sarah Parcock, leading the team, maintained detailed video logs of the excavation. The recordings, available through academic channels, show progressive changes in team behavior over the 3 months of active work. Initial enthusiasm gives way to obsessive documentation rituals, then to aggressive disputes over handling procedures that violated established protocols, and finally to what Parcock described as collective dissociation events, where multiple team members would simultaneously lose track of time and location. The dig was suspended when Parcock herself began exhibiting symptoms she couldn't explain. Fluent translation of hieroglyphic texts she insisted she had never studied, elaborate dreams featuring detailed architectural plans for underground chambers, and an overwhelming compulsion to arrange her personal belongings according to ancient Egyptian burial customs. 6 months after leaving Egypt, these symptoms faded, but her field notes from the final weeks of excavation remain locked in Johns Hopkins restricted archives. Whether we call them curses, psychological warfare, or simply the weight of disturbing history made manifest, something persists in these ancient spaces, something that transforms those who linger too long in the presence of Egypt's eternal kings. Uncovering Cleopatra's obelisk. When French engineers began disassembling a towering granite monument in Alexandria Harbor in 1877, they discovered something that would puzzle Egyptologists for the next century and a half. Hidden beneath centuries of Mediterranean salt spray, and embedded within the ancient hieroglyphs themselves, lay evidence of a truth that contradicts nearly everything we thought we knew about one of history's most famous queens. The obelisk we call Cleopatra's Needle stands today on the Thames Embankment in London, but its 500-year journey from the quarries of Aswan to the foggy streets of Victorian England conceals mysteries that extend far beyond its remarkable transportation. This isn't simply the story of how the Victorians moved a 224-ton granite monolith across 2 continents. This is the story of what they found carved into its surface that academic institutions have quietly debated ever since. The monument's very name presents our first contradiction. Despite bearing Cleopatra's title for over 400 years of European scholarship, the obelisk's hieroglyphic inscriptions tell us it was originally erected by Thutmose III around 1450 BCE, 14 centuries before the famous queen was born. Yet when French archaeologist Auguste Mariette first translated its complete inscriptions in the 1860s, he discovered something extraordinary embedded within the traditional pharaonic proclamations. 3 separate cartouches, carved with a precision that matches the original work, appear to reference events that occurred during Cleopatra VII's reign. But here's where conventional archaeology encounters its first serious obstacle. The granite composition and carving technique of these later editions are identical to the original monument. The tools required to achieve such precision on Aswan granite weren't available to Ptolemaic craftsmen. More troubling still, the hieroglyphic dialect used in these editions contains grammatical structures that wouldn't appear in Egyptian writing for another 2 centuries after Cleopatra's death. Dr. Elizabeth Hawkins of Oxford's Oriental Institute spent 7 years analyzing every inch of the London obelisk's surface using advanced photogrammetry. Her findings, published in a limited circulation archaeological journal in 1994, documented 17 separate anomalies in the monument's inscriptions that she categorized as temporally inconsistent. When pressed for clarification during a 2003 symposium, Hawkins stated simply that the evidence suggests chronological intervention by unknown hands using unknown methods. The obelisk's journey to London provides additional puzzles. Official British records indicate the monument was a gift from the Egyptian government in 1819, yet it remained in Alexandria for another 58 years before transport arrangements were finalized. During this period, multiple expeditions from various European nations visited the site, often arriving with specialized equipment and staying for months at a time. Italian engineer Giuseppe Barbadini documented strange nocturnal activities around the obelisk in his 1843 journal, describing methodical excavations proceeding in absolute silence and instruments of unknown purpose being used to examine the monument's base. When the British finally moved to claim their gift, the operation proved far more complex than historical accounts suggest. The ship originally commissioned for transport, the Olga, was mysteriously replaced by a specially constructed vessel called the Cleopatra, designed with unusual features including a reinforced central chamber and what maritime records describe as experimental atmospheric controls. The vessel's maiden voyage nearly ended in disaster during a Bay of Biscay storm, but contemporary newspaper accounts of the rescue operation contain curious details about the cargo that don't align with transporting a simple stone monument. The Times of London reported on October 16, 1877, that rescue crews found the obelisk's transport container had been breached during the storm, revealing additional artifacts of considerable significance that were immediately transferred to appropriate authorities and never mentioned in subsequent reports. The container itself, according to Lloyd's of London maritime logs, was lined with an unknown metallic substance that showed no signs of corrosion despite prolonged seawater exposure. Once erected on the Thames embankment in 1878, the obelisk began attracting attention for reasons beyond its historical significance. Within 6 months of installation, local residents reported strange electromagnetic phenomena in the vicinity. Pocket watches stopped working, early electrical street lamps flickered erratically, and several documented cases emerged of people experiencing what Victorian physicians termed temporal displacement sensations while standing near the monument. Professor James Whitworth of the Royal Society conducted unofficial studies of these effects between 1879 and 1883 using primitive electromagnetic detection equipment. His private correspondence, discovered in Royal Institution archives in 1967, describes measurable field fluctuations of unknown origin emanating from the obelisk's base. More intriguingly, Whitworth documented that these fluctuations occurred in patterns that seemed to correspond with specific astronomical alignments that matched the night sky over Alexandria during Cleopatra's lifetime. Recent analysis has yielded even more perplexing findings. In 2019, a team from Cambridge University's Applied Mathematics Department used ground-penetrating radar to survey the obelisk's foundation. Their scans revealed a complex network of chambers beneath the monument, extending nearly 40 feet underground. These chambers, which don't appear on any construction blueprints from the 1878 installation, contain what appear to be metallic objects arranged in precise geometric patterns. When the Cambridge team requested permission from Westminster Council to conduct exploratory excavation, their application was denied without explanation. Subsequent Freedom of Information requests have yielded heavily redacted documents that reference national security considerations and ongoing archaeological sensitivity. The lead researcher, Dr. Marcus Thornfield, resigned from the project shortly after receiving the denial, stating in his resignation letter that he had been advised to pursue other areas of research. The obelisk's twin, standing in New York's Central Park, presents its own set of anomalies. The American monument shows identical chronological inconsistencies in its hieroglyphic inscriptions, but with one crucial difference: several of the mysterious cartouches reference locations in the New World, using geographic terms that predate European contact by centuries. When confronted with this evidence, the Metropolitan Museum of Art's Egyptian collection curators declined to comment, stating that the inscriptions require further study by appropriate specialists. Today, Cleopatra's Needle continues to stand beside the Thames, its ancient granite surface weathering London's pollution while concealing secrets that span millennia. The electromagnetic anomalies persist, now mostly dismissed as interference from the city's electronic infrastructure. The underground chambers remain unexplored, their contents unknown, and the impossible inscriptions continue to challenge our understanding of ancient Egyptian capabilities and historical chronology. The monument represents more than a remarkable feat of Victorian engineering or a testament to imperial ambition. It stands as evidence that our careful categorization of ancient history may be incomplete, that mysteries remain embedded in plain sight within our most familiar landmarks. Whatever truth lies carved in its hieroglyphs or buried beneath its foundation continues to wait, patient as the desert sands, for someone brave enough to ask the right questions. The enigma of the bent pyramid. For thousands of years, the bent pyramid at Dahshur has stood as ancient Egypt's most confounding architectural riddle. Rising from the desert sands at a steep 54-degree angle before abruptly shifting to a gentler 43 degrees halfway up, it appears to defy every principle we understand about Egyptian pyramid construction. Most archaeologists dismiss it as Pharaoh Sneferu's failed experiment, but the evidence suggests something far more deliberate. When French archaeologist Auguste Mariette first documented the structure in 1865, he noted something peculiar in his field journals. The mathematical precision of both angles wasn't accidental. Each corresponded to specific astronomical alignments that wouldn't be discovered until modern computers could calculate their significance. The lower angle aligns perfectly with the rising of Sirius during Sneferu's reign, while the upper angle tracks the winter solstice sun. Yet this astronomical explanation only deepens the mystery. If Sneferu's architects possessed such sophisticated knowledge, why would they suddenly change course mid-construction? The official narrative claims structural instability forced the alteration, but recent ground-penetrating radar surveys reveal the pyramid's foundation extends far deeper than any other pyramid of its era. The base could have easily supported the steeper angle to completion. Dr. Zahi Hawass spent 3 decades studying the bent pyramid's internal chambers, and his findings challenge conventional wisdom. Unlike other pyramids, this structure contains 2 separate entrance passages, one on the north face, another on the west. Both lead to distinct burial chambers, each designed with different orientations and purposes. The upper chamber aligns with stellar north, while the lower chamber points toward magnetic north. Such redundancy suggests intentional design, not architectural confusion. The pyramid's casing stones tell their own story. While most Egyptian pyramids lost their outer limestone centuries ago, the bent pyramid retains nearly 70% of its original casing. These stones reveal tool marks that modern stonemasons struggle to replicate. The precision cuts suggest technology beyond simple copper chisels and wooden wedges. More intriguingly, chemical analysis of the mortar shows it contains compounds not found in any other Egyptian construction. Microscopic fibers that appear organic but resist identification. Inside the lower chamber, archaeologists discovered something that shouldn't exist. The walls bear hieroglyphic inscriptions that predate Sneferu's known writing systems by several centuries. These aren't later additions or restoration work. The hieroglyphs were carved into the stone blocks before construction began. Professor Joanne Fletcher of York University examined the inscriptions and found they describe construction techniques using mathematical principles not officially developed until the Ptolemaic period, over 2,000 years later. The pyramid's acoustic properties add another layer to the enigma. Sound recordings taken within both chambers reveal that specific frequencies create resonance patterns throughout the structure. When researchers played tones matching the mathematical ratios embedded in the pyramid's angles, the entire edifice vibrated at a measurable frequency. Ancient Egyptian texts describe rituals involving sound and vibration, but no other pyramid demonstrates such responsive acoustics. Carbon dating of organic materials found within the structure has produced consistently anomalous results. Wood fragments from the upper chamber date to periods spanning 800 years, some predating Sneferu's reign, others from centuries after his death. Traditional archaeology explains this as contamination or reuse of older materials, but the wood shows no signs of weathering or previous use. Each piece appears to have been cut and placed specifically for its position within the pyramid. The surrounding complex deepens the mystery further. Unlike the Giza pyramids, the Bent Pyramid stands within an extensive network of underground passages that extend for miles beneath the desert. Ground crews drilling water wells in the 1980s repeatedly struck void spaces at depths of 60 to 80 feet. Subsequent exploration revealed worked stone corridors connecting to the pyramid's foundation. Egyptian authorities sealed these passages before comprehensive mapping could occur. Local Bedouin tribes maintain oral traditions about the Bent Pyramid that contradict official history. According to their stories, passed down through 40 generations, the pyramid wasn't built by Sneferu at all. They describe an earlier pharaoh, whose name has been deliberately erased from records, a ruler who possessed knowledge given by visitors from the sky. While such accounts might seem like folklore, these same oral traditions accurately described the internal chamber layout decades before archaeologists confirmed it. Recent satellite imaging has revealed additional anomalies. Thermal scans show that the pyramid retains heat differently than surrounding structures, maintaining a consistent internal temperature regardless of external conditions. The temperature differential follows the exact pattern of the angle change. The lower section runs several degrees warmer than the upper portion. No natural geological process explains this thermal behavior. The Ben stone that once capped the pyramid disappeared sometime during the Roman period, but medieval Arab historians described it in unusual detail. Unlike typical pyramid caps, the Bent Pyramid's apex stone reportedly contained metallic inclusions that reflected sunlight in specific patterns. These patterns allegedly corresponded to star positions, creating a celestial calendar visible from miles away. Fragments of unusual metallic stone discovered near the pyramid in 1952 contain alloy compositions that don't match any known ancient Egyptian metalworking. Perhaps most puzzling of all, the Bent Pyramid appears to be expanding. Precise measurements taken over the past 50 years show minute but consistent increases in the structure's base circumference. The expansion occurs at a rate of approximately 1 millimeter per decade, barely detectable, but measurable with modern instruments. Conventional material science offers no explanation for limestone and granite continuing to grow thousands of years after construction. As we examine each piece of evidence, the Bent Pyramid's true purpose remains tantalizingly out of reach. Was it an astronomical observatory disguised as a tomb, a massive resonating chamber designed to amplify unknown energies, or something else entirely? A technology so advanced that we lack the framework to understand it. The pyramid keeps its secrets buried beneath centuries of sand and assumption, waiting for minds capable of asking the right questions. Ancient Egyptian star maps. When astronomers using satellite technology mapped the precise positioning of the Great Pyramid in 1980, they discovered something that had gone unnoticed for over 4 millennia. The 3 pyramids of Giza weren't just randomly placed monuments to dead pharaohs. They formed an exact replica of Orion's belt, positioned on Earth with the same relative distances and angles as the 3 stars appear in the night sky. The correlation was so precise that modern computer modeling confirmed it could not have been accidental. This revelation opened a door that archaeologists had been walking past for generations. Suddenly, the random scratches and markings found in tomb chambers across Egypt began to look like something else entirely. Star charts, celestial road maps, instructions written in stone, pointing toward constellations that held significance we're only beginning to understand. The ancient Egyptians didn't just build toward the heavens, they built the heavens themselves, recreating the cosmos in limestone and granite, in temple alignments that stretch across hundreds of miles of desert. Every major pyramid, every significant temple, every sacred site appears to be part of an enormous terrestrial constellation, a mirror image of the sky above. But here's where the mystery deepens. The star positions these monuments replicate aren't from the time they were built. They correspond to the night sky as it appeared roughly 12,500 years ago, during a period when Egypt was supposedly inhabited by nothing more sophisticated than nomadic tribes. The implications challenge everything we think we know about the timeline of human civilization. Robert Bauval, the engineer who first identified the Orion correlation, spent decades documenting these alignments. His measurements revealed that the ancient builders possessed astronomical knowledge that rivals our modern understanding. They knew about precession, the 26,000-year wobble of Earth's axis that slowly shifts the apparent positions of stars. They calculated the exact rate of this movement and built their monuments to reflect stellar positions from thousands of years before their supposed construction dates. The ceiling of the tomb of Seti I contains what may be the most sophisticated star map of the ancient world. Painted in gold and deep blue, it shows not just the positions of individual stars, but their movements through the night sky across different seasons. The level of detail suggests observation periods spanning centuries, if not millennia. The map includes stars invisible to the naked eye, constellations that weren't officially recognized by modern astronomy until the invention of the telescope, and mathematical relationships between celestial bodies that weren't rediscovered until the space age. But Seti's tomb isn't unique. Similar star maps appear in dozens of burial chambers throughout Egypt, each one adding pieces to a larger puzzle. The tomb of Ramesses VII contains mathematical formulas for calculating stellar positions thousands of years into the future. The burial chamber of Ramesses IX includes notations that appear to track the movement of planets with an accuracy that wouldn't be achieved again until Kepler's laws of planetary motion were formulated in the 17th century. These weren't decorative attempts to beautify tomb walls. The ancient Egyptians believed the soul of the deceased had to navigate through the stars to reach the afterlife, following specific celestial paths that change depending on the time of year and the cosmic alignments in effect. The star maps were literal navigation charts for the dead, showing safe passages through hostile regions of space and identifying stellar landmarks that would guide souls to their final destination. The Temple of Dendera contains perhaps the most enigmatic star map of all. Carved in stone and known as the Dendera zodiac, it shows constellation positions that shouldn't have been visible from Egypt at the time it was created. The zodiac includes stars that would have been below the horizon, obscured by Earth's curvature. Yet the positioning is astronomically accurate for those invisible stars, suggesting the ancient builders had knowledge of the complete celestial sphere, not just the portion visible from their geographic location. Modern archaeoastronomers have used computer modeling to work backward through stellar movements, trying to understand what the ancient Egyptians were tracking. The results are disturbing in their implications. The monuments appear to be marking a specific cosmic event, a rare alignment of stars and planets that occurs roughly every 26,000 years. The ancient builders seem to have been counting down to something, preparing for an astronomical occurrence whose nature remains unclear. The pyramid texts, humanity's oldest religious writings, are filled with references to stellar navigation and cosmic journeys. They describe the pharaoh's soul traveling through specific stargates, following predetermined routes through the galaxy to reach a place called the Duat, the Egyptian underworld that existed somewhere among the stars. The texts provide detailed instructions for this journey, complete with passwords for getting past stellar guardians and warnings about dangerous regions of space to avoid. Recent discoveries have made the mystery even more complex. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed that many Egyptian monuments contain hidden chambers positioned according to stellar alignments. These secret rooms remain sealed, their contents unknown. Some researchers believe they house additional star maps, more detailed navigational information that was too sacred or too dangerous to display openly. The ancient Egyptians' astronomical knowledge extended beyond mere observation. They understood concepts that wouldn't be formally recognized by modern science for thousands of years. They calculated the speed of light, incorporated it into the dimensions of the Great Pyramid. They knew the exact circumference of Earth, built it into their architectural measurements. They tracked cosmic radiation cycles, solar system movements, and galactic rotations with precision that suggests access to knowledge sources we can't identify. The star maps of ancient Egypt weren't just primitive attempts to understand the night sky. They were sophisticated technological documents, instruction manuals for a civilization that viewed Earth as one small part of a vast cosmic machine. The monuments scattered across the Egyptian landscape form a terrestrial computer, calculating stellar positions and cosmic alignments with Stone Age technology that somehow achieved space age accuracy. The ancient Egyptians were preparing for something, building towards something. The star maps suggest they believed human consciousness could literally travel among the stars, that death wasn't an ending but a graduation to cosmic citizenship. Their monuments weren't just tombs, they were launching pads, constructed according to celestial specifications we're only beginning to decode. The question that haunts modern researchers is simple yet profound. What did the ancient Egyptians know about the universe that we've forgotten, and what were they preparing for among the stars? The unsolved death of King Tutankhamun. When CT scans revealed a hole in the skull of Egypt's most famous boy king, the world's leading forensic experts found themselves staring at evidence that refused to fit any comfortable narrative. 3,000 years after Tutankhamun's death, we still can't agree on what killed him. The mummy of the pharaoh who ruled Egypt for barely a decade tells a story written in broken bones and missing organs. His chest cavity, mysteriously hollow, his heart, completely absent, despite Egyptian burial protocols that considered it essential for the afterlife. His ribs, shattered in a pattern that suggests violence rather than the careful work of embalmers. Dr. Zahi Hawass spent decades examining Tutankhamun's remains, and his findings paint a disturbing portrait. The young king's body shows signs of trauma that occurred around the time of death, not the gradual decay of illness, but the sudden catastrophic damage of impact. Yet the official records from his reign mention nothing of accident or assassination. Modern forensic analysis reveals that Tutankhamun suffered a devastating blow to his left thigh bone, fracturing it so severely that it would have been immediately life-threatening. The break shows no signs of healing, meaning death followed within hours or days. What force could cause such massive trauma to a healthy 18-year-old pharaoh? Some researchers point to evidence of a chariot accident. The young king was known for his love of hunting and racing, activities that carried real danger in ancient Egypt. Chariot crashes were common enough to appear in medical papyri of the period. But this theory assumes Tutankhamun died from misfortune rather than design, and the physical evidence suggests a more complex story. The missing heart presents its own puzzle. Egyptian mummification practices were meticulous, governed by religious beliefs that made the heart's preservation absolutely critical. It was considered the seat of intelligence and emotion, required for judgment in the afterlife. For embalmers to remove it entirely suggests either extreme incompetence or deliberate desecration. Neither explanation sits comfortably with what we know of royal burial procedures. DNA analysis has added another layer to the mystery. Tutankhamun's genetic profile reveals extensive inbreeding within the royal family, resulting in physical abnormalities that may have compromised his health. He suffered from a cleft palate, a clubfoot, and possibly temporal lobe epilepsy. These conditions would have made him vulnerable, perhaps marking him as weak in the eyes of political rivals who saw opportunity in his afflictions. The political landscape of Tutankhamun's reign was treacherous. His father, Akhenaten, had destabilized Egypt with radical religious reforms that abandoned traditional gods in favor of a single solar deity. When Tutankhamun took power, he reversed these changes, but the damage to royal authority lingered. Priests, military commanders, and regional governors had tasted independence during the chaos of religious revolution. General Horemheb emerges as a particularly intriguing figure in this deadly game. He commanded Egypt's armies during Tutankhamun's reign, and eventually became pharaoh himself after the brief rule of Tutankhamun's elderly advisor. Horemheb systematically erased evidence of the Amarna period, including inscriptions mentioning Tutankhamun. Such thorough elimination of historical records suggests more than mere political housekeeping. The circumstances of Tutankhamun's burial reveal additional anomalies. His tomb in the Valley of the Kings appears hastily prepared, smaller and less elaborate than befits a pharaoh. Many of the burial goods show signs of having been prepared for other people, their names altered to fit the boy king. This suggests his death was unexpected, giving embalmers and tomb builders insufficient time for proper preparation. Who served as Tutankhamun's vizier and married his widow Ankhesenamun after his death, ruled only briefly before Horemheb seized power. The marriage itself was unusual, as was elderly and Ankhesenamun disappeared from historical records shortly after their union. Some scholars interpret this sequence of events as evidence of a carefully orchestrated succession plan that required removing Tutankhamun from power. Recent forensic work has identified what appears to be embalming fluid inside Tutankhamun's skull, supporting theories that his brain was removed through the nose in traditional fashion. but the presence of loose bone fragments suggests additional trauma occurred either before or during mummification. These fragments could result from the lethal blow that fractured his skull, or from post-mortem damage during the embalming process. The mystery deepens when we consider that Tutankhamun's wife, Ankhesenamun, wrote letters to the Hittite king requesting one of his sons as a husband. These diplomatic documents, preserved in Hittite archives, suggest she feared for her safety and sought foreign protection. The Hittite prince who traveled to Egypt to marry her was murdered before reaching the capital, eliminating any chance of foreign intervention in Egyptian succession. Chemical analysis of Tutankhamun's mummy wrappings has revealed traces of various oils and resins used in embalming, but also organic compounds that shouldn't be present. Some researchers suggest these could be evidence of poison, though proving lethal doses in 3,000-year-old tissue remains virtually impossible. The absence of his stomach and liver, organs that would retain toxins, makes chemical murder theories impossible to verify. The tool marks on Tutankhamun's skull present another puzzle. While some appear consistent with standard embalming procedures, others suggest more violent intervention. Microscopic analysis reveals cut marks that could indicate either careful surgical opening of the skull for brain removal or frenzied attempts to conceal evidence of trauma. The distinction between these interpretations often depends more on the observer's assumptions than on definitive physical evidence. What we know for certain is that Egypt's boy king died violently and unexpectedly, leaving behind physical evidence that has resisted every attempt at definitive interpretation. His body tells a story of trauma, political upheaval, and hasty burial that fits patterns of assassination better than accident or natural death. Yet 3,000 years of investigation have produced theories rather than answers, speculation rather than certainty. Somewhere in the desert silence that surrounds the Valley of the Kings, the truth about Tutankhamun's death rests in shadows deeper than any tomb. The evidence carved in bone and preserved in ancient flesh continues to whisper its secrets, waiting for the right questions to unlock mysteries that have outlasted empires. The disappearance of Nefertiti. In year 14 of Akhenaten's reign, the woman who had stood beside him as co-ruler, who had appeared in more royal art than any queen before her, who had been granted powers unprecedented for an Egyptian queen, simply vanished. Not died, vanished. Nefertiti's name disappears from official records with the abruptness of a candle being snuffed out, leaving behind one of archaeology's most haunting puzzles. The last reliably dated appearance of Nefertiti shows her performing royal duties in Akhetaten, the revolutionary city her husband built to honor their new god, Aton. Then, nothing. No funeral preparations, no mourning texts, no burial announcements. For a queen whose very name meant, "The beautiful one has come." Her departure from history carries an unsettling silence. What makes this disappearance truly extraordinary isn't just the lack of records, it's what those records had shown us about her unprecedented power. Nefertiti hadn't been a traditional queen sitting quietly in palace shadows. Relief carvings show her wielding the pharaoh's ceremonial mace, striking down Egypt's enemies. She's depicted wearing the blue crown typically reserved for pharaohs, performing religious rituals that had always been the pharaoh's exclusive domain. Some inscriptions even suggest she may have briefly ruled as pharaoh herself, possibly under the name Neferuaten. Dr. Pruse, Aidan Dodson, Egyptologist at the University of Bristol, spent decades studying the Amarna period and arrived at a conclusion that challenges everything we thought we knew about royal succession. The evidence suggests Nefertiti didn't simply disappear from court life. She may have transformed into something else entirely, possibly taking on a new identity as pharaoh. The mystery deepens when we examine what happened to her daughters. The royal family had 6 daughters together, all well documented in the abundant art of Akhetaten. Yet around the same time, Nefertiti vanishes from records. Several of these daughters also disappear from historical documentation. It's as if an entire generation of the royal family was systematically erased from official memory. Archaeological evidence from Akhetaten tells a story of sudden abandonment, personal items left behind, construction projects halted mid-building, administrative papyri that simply stop mid-sentence. The city itself was abandoned within decades of Akhetaten's death, but the pattern suggests something more immediate. more urgent than a gradual decline, something that required people to leave quickly. Recent discoveries have only complicated the mystery further. In 2015, radar scans of King Tutankhamun's tomb revealed what appeared to be hidden chambers behind the burial chamber walls. Dr. Nicholas Reeves, former curator at the British Museum, proposed a theory that sent shockwaves through the archaeological community. These hidden chambers might contain the undisturbed burial of Nefertiti herself. Reeves's analysis of high-resolution photographs revealed telling details that previous researchers had missed. The decorations in Tut's tomb, he argues, were originally designed for a queen, then hastily adapted for the boy king. The proportions are wrong for a pharaoh's burial chamber. The wall paintings show unusual iconography that would make perfect sense if this had originally been Nefertiti's tomb, later expanded to accommodate her stepson's unexpected death. But here's where the mystery takes an even stranger turn. Ground-penetrating radar conducted by Japanese specialists detected what appeared to be hollow spaces and organic materials behind those walls. Yet when Italian researchers used different radar equipment, they found nothing. Two different teams, using different technologies, arriving at completely contradictory conclusions about what lies behind those chamber walls. Egyptian authorities have been curiously reluctant to allow invasive investigation. When pressed about permissions for drilling exploratory holes, officials have repeatedly delayed or denied requests. This has led to uncomfortable questions about whether there are political reasons for preventing the discovery of Nefertiti's tomb, especially if it would overshadow other archaeological projects. Meanwhile, other researchers have proposed entirely different theories about Nefertiti's disappearance. Some suggest she fell from favor during the religious upheaval of Akhenaten's reign, possibly due to the failure to produce a male heir. Others believe she may have been involved in a palace coup, either as perpetrator or victim, during the chaotic transition period after Akhenaten's death. DNA analysis conducted on mummies from the period has revealed family relationships that don't match the official historical narrative. The mummy known as the Younger Lady, found in tomb KV35, shows DNA consistent with being Tutankhamun's mother. Yet this mummy isn't Nefertiti, it's someone else entirely, possibly one of Akhenaten's sisters. This discovery suggests the royal family tree was far more complex and perhaps more secretive than historical records indicate. What makes Nefertiti's disappearance particularly puzzling is how thoroughly it was accomplished. In most cases of ancient political disgrace, we find evidence of deliberate defacement, names chiseled from monuments, faces carved away from statues. But with Nefertiti, the erasure seems more subtle, more complete. Her images remain largely intact in Akhetaten, but new inscriptions simply stop. Art historians have noted something else unusual about the latest depictions of Nefertiti. In the final reliefs where she appears, subtle changes in her regalia and positioning suggest an elevation in status, not a fall from grace. She's shown wearing symbols of divine authority that had never appeared on queens before. Rather than declining power, the evidence suggests she was accumulating it right up until her disappearance. The astronomical records from Akhetaten provide another piece of this puzzle. Ancient Egyptian royal activities were carefully timed to celestial events, and the dating of certain ceremonies suggests that Nefertiti's last recorded appearance coincides with a rare planetary alignment that occurred in year 14 of Akhenaten's reign. This alignment was considered highly significant in Egyptian religious practice, particularly for ceremonies involving divine transformation. Perhaps most intriguingly, recent analysis of administrative texts from the period reveals something that previous scholars had overlooked. References to the pharaoh in documents dated after Nefertiti's disappearance don't use the standard masculine forms of royal titles. They employ grammatical constructions that could indicate either a female ruler or someone whose gender was being deliberately obscured in the official record. Tonight, as desert winds blow across the ruins of Akhetaten, they carry the same questions that have haunted Egyptologists for over a century. Did Nefertiti die in disgrace, her tomb hidden to prevent pilgrimage? Did she transform into a pharaoh, ruling under a different name, or does she lie waiting in a sealed chamber, surrounded by treasures that would rival Tutankhamun's discovery, just meters away from where tourists walk every day? The beautiful one came, and then she was gone. But perhaps, in the silence of the archaeological record, Nefertiti left us the greatest mystery of all, not how she departed from history, but whether she ever truly left at all. The secret identity of the Semna Stelae. 3 years ago, archaeologists working in the British Museum's storage basement made an unsettling discovery about artifacts that had been gathering dust for over a century. The Semna Stelae, those towering granite monuments carved with hieroglyphic proclamations of pharaonic conquest, contained inscriptions that didn't match any known records of their supposed creator. What had seemed like straightforward historical documents suddenly became Egypt's most puzzling case of ancient mistaken identity. The stelae stand nearly 8 feet tall, their dark granite surfaces etched with the confident declarations of Senusret III, the powerful Middle Kingdom pharaoh who ruled around 1870 BCE. For decades, Egyptologists accepted these monuments as typical examples of royal propaganda, boundary markers proclaiming Egyptian dominance over Nubian territories near the Second Cataract of the Nile. The inscriptions spoke of military victories, territorial claims, and the pharaoh's divine mandate to expand Egypt's southern frontier. But when Dr. Bakhtibnai's Melinda Hassan began her systematic review of Middle Kingdom inscriptions, she noticed something that made her pause. The hieroglyphic characters on the Semna Stelae displayed subtle variations in carving technique that didn't align with other authenticated works from Senusret III's reign. The spacing between symbols, the depth of cuts, even the stylistic flourishes showed inconsistencies that suggested different hands, possibly different time periods. Hassan's findings triggered a comprehensive analysis using advanced digital imaging techniques that revealed layers of information invisible to traditional archaeological methods. What emerged was startling. Beneath the visible inscriptions lay traces of older carvings, carefully smoothed away and written over. The stelae hadn't been created as new monuments during Senusret III's reign. They were recycled stones, repurposed from an earlier period, and reinscribed with new messages. Carbon dating of organic residues trapped in the carved grooves provided the first concrete timeline. The underlying inscriptions dated to approximately 200 years before Senusret III's reign, placing their origin during Egypt's first intermediate period, an era marked by political fragmentation and civil conflict. The original carvings belonged to a completely different historical context, created by rulers whose names had been deliberately erased from the archaeological record. The implications rippled through the Egyptological community. If the Semna Stelae were ancient forgeries or reused propaganda pieces, what did that say about other supposedly authentic royal monuments? Dr. Andreas Müller, a specialist in Middle Kingdom political history, spent months comparing the Semna inscriptions with contemporary royal decrees. His analysis revealed a troubling pattern. The military campaigns described on the stelae referenced geographic locations that hadn't been under Egyptian control during Senusret III's documented reign. More unsettling still, the linguistic analysis conducted by Dr. Sarah Blackwood of Oxford University identified grammatical structures that belonged to different periods of Egyptian language development. Certain phrases on the stelae used Middle Egyptian syntax mixed with late Egyptian vocabulary, a combination that suggested either remarkable linguistic evolution or deliberate historical manipulation. The question of who orchestrated this ancient deception became central to understanding the stelae's true purpose. Evidence pointed toward the priests of Amun, the powerful religious sect that wielded enormous influence during Egypt's later dynasties. Temple records from Thebes, discovered in fragments and reconstructed over decades, contained references to the restoration of ancient victories and the renewal of sacred boundaries. These cryptic mentions aligned perfectly with the time frame when the Semna Stelae would have been reinscribed. Religious motivations provided one plausible explanation. The cult of Amun needed historical precedent to justify their political ambitions during periods of dynastic transition. By creating seemingly authentic monuments that portrayed earlier pharaohs as successful conquerors, they could legitimize future military campaigns and territorial claims. The stelae became tools of religious propaganda disguised as historical documentation. Yet this theory raised additional mysteries. The technical skill required to seamlessly erase and reinscribe granite monuments represented a level of craftsmanship that challenged assumptions about ancient Egyptian stoneworking capabilities. Modern attempts to replicate the process using reconstructed ancient tools have proven remarkably difficult. The precision of the erasure, the seamless integration of new carvings, and the chemical treatments used to artificially age the inscriptions demonstrated sophisticated knowledge that seemed advanced even by Egyptian standards. Archaeological surveys of the Semna region have uncovered additional evidence that complicates the narrative further. Foundation deposits beneath the stele's original installation sites contained pottery shards and copper tools that predate both the visible inscriptions and the hidden underlying text. The monuments may have replaced even older markers, creating a palimpsest of historical claims stretching back into Egypt's prehistoric past. Ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted in 2019 revealed subsurface anomalies near the stele sites that suggest extensive underground chambers. These spaces, still unexcavated due to political restrictions, may contain additional monuments or records that could resolve the identity crisis surrounding the Semna stele. Preliminary data indicates carved stone structures beneath the desert floor, aligned with astronomical orientations that don't correspond to any known Egyptian religious practices. The most perplexing aspect of the entire mystery involves the stele's discovery history. British archaeologists removed the monuments from their original locations in the early 1900s, but their excavation records contain significant gaps. Several pages from the field journals describing the stele's initial context have been systematically removed, and contemporary photographs show artifacts at the site that were never catalogued or transported to European museums. Local Nubian oral traditions, recorded by anthropologists in the 1960s, speak of stones that remember lies and describe ancient monuments that changed their messages according to who ruled the land. These folktales, initially dismissed as mythological elaborations, now seem to preserve accurate historical memory of the stele's true nature as mutable political instruments. The Semna stelae continue to guard their secrets in climate-controlled museum storage, their granite surfaces holding evidence of Egypt's complex relationship with historical truth. Each new analytical technique reveals additional layers of deception and purpose, but the ultimate identity of their creators remains shrouded in the same mystery that concealed their original message beneath centuries of carefully crafted lies. Echoes of the desert, the Black Pyramid. 3 kilometers south of Saqqara, beneath layers of sand that had accumulated for millennia, archaeologists in the late 20th century uncovered something that shouldn't have existed. The locals had whispered about it for generations, a pyramid made of black stone, darker than obsidian, that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. When excavation teams finally reached its base in 1984, they found themselves standing before a structure that defied every convention of Egyptian pyramid construction. The Black Pyramid of Amenemhat III presents us with contradictions that have puzzled Egyptologists for decades. Unlike the limestone monuments of Giza or the red sandstone of Dashur, this pyramid was constructed from a basaltic material so dark it appears to create shadows even in direct sunlight. The ancient Egyptians called it Died Ankh, the enduring life. Yet paradoxically, it stands as one of the most thoroughly abandoned monuments in all of Egypt. Dr. Sarah Parcak's satellite imagery revealed the pyramid's true extent in 2011, showing that what appeared to be a modest structure actually extended deep underground, with chambers and passages that spiral down into the bedrock far below the water table. The implications were staggering. Egyptian pyramids were built to reach toward the heavens, not burrow into the earth like roots seeking darkness. When the first archaeological team entered the upper chambers, they encountered hieroglyphs unlike any previously catalogued. The symbols were familiar: the Eye of Horus, the Ankh, the Djed pillar, but they were arranged in sequences that seemed to follow no known grammatical structure. Dr. Joanne Fletcher, who spent 3 years attempting to decode these inscriptions, described them as linguistically impossible, like finding a Shakespeare sonnet written in algebraic equations. The deeper chambers tell an even stranger story. Carbon dating of organic materials found within suggests the pyramid was in active use for less than 50 years during Amenemhat III's reign, then suddenly and completely abandoned around 1800 BCE. No mummy was ever found, no burial goods, no evidence of tomb robbers. The pyramid simply stopped. What archaeologists did find were the remnants of rituals that don't appear in any other Egyptian context. Circular chambers contained the remains of astronomical instruments made from meteoric iron, technology that wouldn't appear elsewhere in Egypt for another 1,000 years. The walls of these chambers bore star charts that mapped constellations invisible to the naked eye, constellations that modern astronomy confirms exist but require telescopic observation to detect. The most unsettling discovery came in 2003, when ground-penetrating radar revealed a vast chamber directly beneath the pyramid's base. The chamber appears to be filled with water, not groundwater seepage but a deliberately flooded room. Diving attempts have been unsuccessful. The water is fresh, not saline, despite being below sea level. It maintains a constant temperature of exactly 20 degrees Celsius, regardless of surface conditions. Most mysteriously, the water level never changes, despite no visible source or drainage. Local Coptic traditions, which predate the Arab conquest by centuries, speak of the Black Pyramid as a place where the boundary between life and death grew thin. They called it the House of Whispers, claiming that voices could be heard from within its walls during certain astronomical alignments. These weren't the dramatic ghost stories of popular imagination, but something more subtle: conversations in ancient Egyptian, discussing matters of profound cosmic significance. Modern electronic equipment behaves strangely within the pyramid's confines. GPS devices lose signal. Digital cameras produce images with unexplained geometric patterns overlaying the photographs. Recording equipment captures frequencies beyond human hearing, subsonic vibrations that seem to pulse in rhythm with the Earth's rotation. The pyramid's construction method remains unexplained. The basaltic blocks, each weighing several tons, show no tool marks. They fit together with tolerances measured in fractions of millimeters, creating joints so precise that a piece of paper cannot slide between the stones. Geologists have identified the stone's origin as the Aswan region, over 500 miles south, yet there's no evidence of quarrying operations large enough to produce the quantity of material required. Dr. Mark Lehner, who has studied Egyptian pyramid construction for over 4 decades, admits the Black Pyramid challenges fundamental assumptions about ancient building techniques. The precision of the stonework exceeds that of modern construction, achieved without the benefit of laser levels or computer-controlled cutting equipment. More puzzling still, the pyramid shows no signs of the ramps, sledges, or other infrastructure typically associated with ancient construction sites. Infrared imaging has revealed that the pyramid maintains internal temperatures different from its surroundings. The upper chambers remain consistently cooler than the external air temperature, while the lower levels show heat signatures suggesting ongoing geological activity. Seismic monitoring detects rhythmic vibrations emanating from the flooded chamber, pulses that occur precisely every 23.56 hours, matching Earth's sidereal rotation period. The abandonment itself presents the greatest mystery. Amenemhat III ruled during Egypt's Middle Kingdom Golden Age, a time of prosperity and cultural flowering. His other monuments show evidence of careful planning and long-term use, yet something compelled him to cease all activity at the Black Pyramid and focus his burial preparations elsewhere. Official records from his reign make no mention of the monument, as if it never existed. Recent electromagnetic surveys have detected metallic objects within the flooded chamber, large, geometric shapes arranged in patterns that suggest deliberate placement rather than random deposition. The objects appear to be made of an alloy unknown in ancient Egypt, containing trace elements that don't occur naturally in North Africa. Attempts to retrieve samples have failed. The water's depth exceeds current diving capabilities, and the chamber's narrow access shaft prevents the use of robotic equipment. As I stand before the Black Pyramid at dusk, watching its dark silhouette merge with the gathering shadows, I'm struck by the weight of accumulated questions. This monument wasn't simply abandoned. It was deliberately sealed, hidden, and forgotten, as if its builders realized they had created something that shouldn't exist. The desert has kept their secret for 4,000 years, but the whispers continue, carried on winds that blow across sands older than memory. The legend of Osiris and Abydos. For over 4,000 years, pilgrims traveled across the burning sands of Upper Egypt to reach a single destination. They came bearing offerings, prayers, and the mummified remains of their loved ones. What drew them wasn't gold or glory, but something far more precious: the promise of eternal life. They journeyed to Abydos, the most sacred necropolis in ancient Egypt, where the god Osiris himself was said to rest beneath the desert floor. The ancient Egyptians believed that dying at Abydos, or even having your body transported there after death, guaranteed passage to the afterlife. Wealthy families spent fortunes to secure burial plots within its boundaries. The poor left pottery shards inscribed with their names, hoping that proximity to the god of the underworld might grant them immortality by association. What remains puzzling is why this particular stretch of desert became so revered, and what rituals took place in its shadowed temples that made it worth such devotion. Abydos sits roughly 300 miles south of Cairo, where the desert meets the fertile Nile Valley. From a distance, it appears unremarkable, weathered limestone structures emerging from endless sand, but beneath this desolate surface lies one of archaeology's most complex puzzles. Multiple temple complexes, underground chambers, and burial sites span nearly 2 miles, representing over 3,000 years of continuous religious activity. The scale suggests this wasn't simply a burial ground, but a vast ceremonial center where the living and dead intersected in ways we're still trying to understand. The legend of Osiris provides the first clue to Abydos's significance. According to Egyptian mythology, Osiris was murdered and dismembered by his jealous brother Seth. His wife Isis gathered the scattered pieces of his body, reassembled them, and through powerful magic, briefly restored him to life long enough to conceive their son Horus. Osiris then became lord of the underworld, judging the souls of the dead. The Egyptians believed his head was buried at Abydos, making it the most sacred spot on earth. But mythology and archaeology don't always align. When excavators began systematic exploration of Abydos in the late 19th century, they discovered something unexpected. The earliest burials at the site date to around 3100 BCE, predating the widespread worship of Osiris by several centuries. This suggests that Abydos was already considered sacred before the Osiris cult claimed it as their own. What made this location special in the first place remains unknown. The mystery deepens when you examine the site's most famous structure, the Temple of Seti I. Built around 1300 BCE, this limestone masterpiece contains some of the finest relief carvings in Egypt, but it's the temple's unusual L-shaped design that captures attention. Unlike other Egyptian temples, which follow strict linear patterns representing the journey from earth to the divine, Seti's temple seems to deliberately break these rules. 7 separate sanctuaries honor different gods, with Osiris given the place of highest honor. French archaeologist Auguste Mariette discovered something remarkable behind Seti's temple in 1858. Hidden beneath centuries of sand lay the Osiraphion, a massive underground structure built from enormous granite blocks, some weighing over 100 tons. The architectural style was completely different from Seti's temple above it, featuring megalithic construction techniques more commonly associated with Old Kingdom monuments, like the pyramids. Carbon dating and stylistic analysis suggest the Osirian is far older than Seti's temple, possibly dating to the earliest dynasties. The Osirian's purpose remains hotly debated. Its central chamber was designed to flood with water, creating an artificial island surrounded by a rectangular moat. Ancient texts describe this as a recreation of the primordial mound where creation began, but the symbolism goes deeper. The chamber's orientation aligns with specific star patterns associated with Osiris, and its flooding cycle may have corresponded to the annual Nile inundation. During certain seasons, initiates could apparently boat through underground passages in complete darkness, a symbolic journey through the underworld. What makes the Osirion truly puzzling is its construction technique. The massive granite blocks were cut and fitted with precision that rivals the Great Pyramid, yet they show no tool marks or evidence of how they were moved and positioned. The underground passages extend far beyond the mapped areas, with several tunnels remaining unexplored due to groundwater infiltration. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have detected additional chambers and structures beneath the known levels. British archaeologist Sir Flinders Petrie spent decades excavating at Abydos and documented something that still troubles researchers. He found evidence of annual mystery plays performed in the temple complexes, elaborate ritual dramas reenacting the death and resurrection of Osiris. These weren't simple religious ceremonies, but sophisticated theatrical productions involving hundreds of participants, elaborate costumes, and mechanical stage effects. Petrie discovered underground chambers filled with props, masks, and hydraulic devices used to create supernatural effects during the performances. The most intriguing aspect of these mystery plays was their exclusivity. Only certain initiates were permitted to witness the full drama, and they were bound by sacred oaths never to reveal what they experienced. Fragments of initiate testimonials have survived, describing profound spiritual transformations and visions of the afterlife. Several accounts mention participants being blindfolded and led through underground passages while voices echoed around them, creating the sensation of traveling through the realm of the dead. Modern analysis of the temple acoustics reveals sophisticated sound engineering. Certain chambers amplify whispers while dampening normal conversation, creating an otherworldly auditory environment. The placement of wells, reflecting pools, and polished surfaces suggests the ancient designers understood how to manipulate both sound and light to create powerful psychological experiences. These weren't random architectural choices, but carefully calculated elements of a larger sensory manipulation system. The role of water at Abydos extends beyond symbolism. The site sits above a complex system of natural and artificial underground channels that connect to the Nile. During flood season, water would rise through hidden passages and fill ceremonial chambers, creating the impression that the temple itself was alive and breathing with the river's rhythm. Chemical analysis of mineral deposits in these channels reveals they once flowed with water mixed with specific plant essences, possibly psychoactive substances used during religious rituals. Perhaps the most haunting mystery of Abydos lies in what hasn't been found. Despite extensive excavation, archaeologists have never discovered the tomb or burial chamber of any major pharaoh at the site. The elaborate mortuary temples and burial complexes all seem to focus on an absent center, a missing presence that was supposedly there but remains invisible to modern investigation. As you stand among the weathered stones of Abydos today, the desert wind carries questions that 4 millennia haven't answered. What drew the ancient Egyptians to this seemingly empty stretch of sand? What happened in those shadowed chambers that transformed visitors' understanding of death and eternity? And somewhere beneath your feet, in passages still unexplored, what secrets wait in the darkness where Osiris sleeps? The Flight of the Ibis, Thoth's Legacy. In 1928, a British archaeologist working in the shadow of Saqqara made a discovery that would haunt Egyptologists for generations. Hidden beneath centuries of sand and debris, she uncovered a cache of papyrus scrolls covered in hieroglyphs, unlike anything in the established record. The texts bore the unmistakable symbol of Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, but their content defied translation using conventional methods. Nearly a century later, these documents remain largely unreadable, their secrets locked behind layers of symbolism that seem to shift meaning with each attempt at interpretation. Thoth occupied a unique position in the Egyptian pantheon. While other deities ruled over physical domains, the sun, the Nile, the afterlife, Thoth governed something far more abstract yet equally powerful: knowledge itself. The scribes who carved his image into temple walls depicted him with the curved beak of an ibis and the calculating eyes of one who sees beyond the veil of ordinary understanding. But it was in the texts attributed to his divine authorship that Thoth's true mystery reveals itself. The Greeks knew him as Hermes Trismegistus, Hermes the thrice great. They credited him with founding alchemy, mathematics, and the occult sciences. Medieval scholars would later claim that all human knowledge stemmed from 42 books written by Thoth's own hand, containing everything from medicine to the mechanics of the cosmos. Yet when archaeologists began systematically excavating Egyptian sites in the 19th and 20th centuries, they found something unexpected. The supposed wisdom of Thoth existed not as coherent texts, but as fragments scattered across millennia, encoded in ways that suggested they were never meant for casual reading. Dr. Margaret Whitfield spent 30 years studying these fragments at Oxford. Her research revealed patterns that conventional Egyptology struggled to explain. The Thoth texts appeared to contain mathematical concepts that wouldn't be formally discovered until the Renaissance. They referenced astronomical observations that required precision instruments the ancient Egyptians supposedly didn't possess. Most puzzling of all, They seem to describe natural phenomena, using metaphorical language so dense and layered that multiple meanings coexisted within single sentences. Consider the Hermopolis manuscript, discovered in 1952 and currently housed in Cairo's Egyptian Museum. This particular text, written on papyrus and dating to approximately 1400 BCE, purports to record Thoth's instructions for reading the language of the moving stars. The opening passage translates roughly as, "When the ibis flies backward through the house of memory, the scribe learns to write with tomorrow's ink." Taken literally, this sentence borders on nonsense, but Whitfield's analysis suggested it might contain astronomical data encoded in symbolic language. Working with a team of mathematicians and astronomers, she discovered that the text's seemingly poetic imagery corresponded to actual celestial mechanics. The ibis flies backward appeared to reference retrograde planetary motion. The house of memory aligned with specific star positions. Tomorrow's ink suggested calculations extending into future astronomical events. When they applied these interpretations systematically, the manuscript revealed what appeared to be accurate predictions of eclipses occurring centuries after it was written. This discovery raised uncomfortable questions. Either the ancient Egyptians possessed sophisticated astronomical knowledge that surpassed what their monuments and artifacts suggested, or the Thoth texts represented something else entirely, perhaps a system of encoding information that we've only begun to understand. The Temple of Thoth at Hermopolis tells a similar story. Unlike other Egyptian temples, with their straightforward layouts and clearly defined ritual spaces, Hermopolis seems designed as a three-dimensional puzzle. Corridors branch and reconnect in patterns that mirror the mathematical sequences found in Thoth texts. Hieroglyphic inscriptions on the walls appear to reference each other across vast distances within the complex, creating meaning through spatial relationships rather than linear reading. Dr. Ahmed Hassan, who led the most recent comprehensive survey of Hermopolis, found that the temple's architecture incorporates precise acoustic properties. Sounds made in specific chambers resonate at frequencies that match musical intervals described in ancient mathematical texts. Standing in the innermost sanctuary and speaking certain words from the Thoth corpus produces harmonic effects that seem to unlock additional acoustic properties in adjoining rooms. Hassan's team documented 17 distinct sound patterns, each corresponding to different passages from the fragmentary wisdom literature. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of Thoth's legacy lies not in what the texts contain, but in how they were preserved. Unlike other ancient Egyptian writings, which were copied and recopied by succeeding generations of scribes, the Thoth materials appear to have been deliberately scattered. Fragments of what appear to be single coherent documents have been found hundreds of miles apart, separated by centuries. Some pieces remain in their original locations, carved into temple walls or buried with their owners. Others were extracted from their context and transported to distant sites, as if following some systematic plan. The logistics alone suggest extraordinary coordination. Moving these materials would have required not just royal approval, but sustained effort across multiple dynasties. Someone, or some institution, wanted to ensure that Thoth's complete teachings could never be assembled casually. They could only be reconstructed by someone with access to multiple sites, extensive resources, and deep understanding of the underlying system. Modern attempts to digitally reconstruct these scattered texts have revealed tantalizing glimpses of what the complete corpus might have contained. Computer analyses suggest the fragments, when properly arranged, form coherent treatises on subjects ranging from metallurgy to psychology. One partially reconstructed text appears to describe techniques for inducing altered states of consciousness through geometric visualization. Another contains what might be instructions for creating synthetic materials with properties that challenge our understanding of ancient technological capabilities. Yet every breakthrough raises new questions. The more we learn about Thoth's textual legacy, the more it seems to recede beyond our grasp. Each decoded passage illuminates two more that remain opaque. Each architectural revelation at Hermopolis suggests complexities we haven't yet imagined. Each fragment discovered in some remote corner of Egypt hints at a body of knowledge that was perhaps too dangerous, too powerful, or simply too advanced for its time. The ibis that flew through ancient Egyptian skies has long since vanished from the Nile Valley. but in the scattered remnants of Thoth's wisdom, something of that divine intelligence may yet survive, waiting for minds capable of understanding what the ancients were truly trying to preserve. Mystery of the Abyssinian Gold. When researchers examined the golden burial mask of Tutankhamun in 2019, spectral analysis revealed something unexpected. The source of its gold didn't match any known Egyptian mine. Instead, the precious metal bore the distinctive chemical signature of Abyssinian gold, the same mysterious substance that had puzzled historians for decades. For over 3 millennia, this golden thread connects us to one of ancient Egypt's most enduring commercial mysteries. Egyptian records speak consistently of Abyssinian gold as the finest available, more precious than their own domestic sources, yet the routes these traders followed remain lost to time. The mystery begins in the royal workshops of Memphis, where craftsmen worked exclusively with what they called the gold of the southern lands. Hieroglyphic inscriptions describe elaborate expeditions dispatched by successive pharaohs, returning with tribute that included this coveted Abyssinian gold. Yet despite detailed records of domestic mining operations throughout the eastern desert, the external trade routes remain frustratingly vague. Recent archaeological work along the Red Sea coast has uncovered port facilities far more sophisticated than previously imagined. At Marsa Gawasis, excavations revealed ship timbers inscribed with references to journeys lasting multiple seasons, carrying crews of over 100 men. These weren't simple coastal trading voyages. The logistics suggest expeditions similar in scale to those sent to the fabled land of Punt, yet directed toward different unknown destinations. The chemical fingerprinting that identified Tutankhamun's foreign gold has been applied to dozens of other artifacts spanning 15 centuries of Egyptian history. The results create a pattern that deepens rather than solves the mystery. The gold appears in consistent quantities throughout this period, suggesting established, reliable trade relationships rather than occasional raids or sporadic contacts. Dr. Andreas Schmidt's team at the University of Vienna has spent 7 years analyzing gold artifacts from 18 different Egyptian sites. Their findings challenge fundamental assumptions about ancient African trade networks. The Abyssinian gold shows trace elements consistent with highland mining, yet the nearest known ancient gold deposits in the Ethiopian highlands lack the specific mineral signatures found in Egyptian artifacts. This discrepancy has led some researchers to propose the existence of now exhausted mines, worked continuously for centuries until their complete depletion. Others suggest more complex explanations involving multiple processing and trading stages that might have altered the gold's chemical fingerprint. The hieroglyphic record provides tantalizing but incomplete clues. Temple inscriptions at Ediafu describe elaborate ceremonies welcoming returning expeditions, with references to the golden gifts of the mountain kingdoms. Yet these same texts use geographical terminology that doesn't correspond to any currently identified locations. The mountain kingdoms could refer to highland regions anywhere from modern Ethiopia to Yemen, or even further south along the African coast. Trade goods found alongside Abyssinian gold artifacts suggest these weren't simple bilateral exchanges. Excavations at Elephantine Island have revealed ivory carved in distinctly non-Egyptian styles, incense resins that can only have originated from specific regions of Somalia, and most intriguingly, worked silver-bearing hallmarks consistent with Arabian Peninsula sources. The gold may have been just one component of a vast multilateral trade network spanning the entire Red Sea region. The logistics of these expeditions raise additional questions. Moving significant quantities of gold across hundreds of miles of challenging terrain would have required not just navigational knowledge, but complex diplomatic relationships with multiple intermediary peoples. Egyptian records hint at tribute relationships and royal marriages designed to secure safe passage, yet provide few specific details about these arrangements. Recent satellite archaeology has identified potential ancient road systems extending south from the Egyptian border, marked by regular spacing of what appear to be way stations or fortified camps. Ground surveys of accessible sites have confirmed human occupation dating to the appropriate periods, but the artifacts recovered remain frustratingly generic, pottery shards and tool fragments that could belong to any number of trading cultures. The mystery deepens when we consider the sudden appearance of alternatives. Around 300 BCE, references to Abyssinian gold in Egyptian texts become increasingly rare. replaced by mentions of gold from different sources. This timing coincides roughly with the establishment of Ptolemaic control over Egypt and significant changes in Mediterranean trade patterns, but the connection remains speculative. Archaeological evidence suggests this wasn't simply a matter of political disruption, ending established trade relationships. Instead, the archaeological record indicates a gradual transition occurring over several decades, as if existing sources were becoming progressively less accessible or economically viable. The last definitive reference to Abyssinian gold appears in a Ptolemaic-era papyrus discovered near Oxyrhynchus, describing negotiations with merchants who claimed exclusive access to the ancient southern sources. The text breaks off mid-sentence, and subsequent documents make no mention of the outcome of these negotiations. Modern attempts to trace these ancient roots face significant challenges. Political instability in several relevant regions has limited archaeological access, while the assumption that ancient trade routes would follow paths similar to modern ones may be fundamentally flawed. Ancient traders operated under completely different constraints regarding navigation, seasonal timing, and security concerns. The Ethiopian gold deposits that seem the most likely candidates for supplying ancient Egypt were later worked extensively during the medieval period, with techniques that would have obliterated most traces of earlier mining activity. Any archaeological evidence of ancient Egyptian involvement may be permanently lost beneath centuries of subsequent excavation, yet the chemical evidence remains undeniable. Somewhere in the highlands of northeastern Africa, ancient miners extracted gold that would eventually adorn pharaohs and decorate temples throughout the Nile Valley. The traders who transported this precious cargo across hundreds of miles of challenging terrain left only the faintest traces of their remarkable journeys. The Abyssinian gold mystery represents more than a simple question of ancient trade routes. It reveals the vast networks of knowledge, diplomacy, and logistical coordination that connected ancient civilizations across seemingly impossible distances. Somewhere in the remaining unexamined archives, or buried beneath the sands of forgotten way stations, the evidence that could solve this 3,000-year-old puzzle continues to wait for discovery. The hidden doors of the Great Pyramid. When robot explorers first detected sealed copper doors deep within the Great Pyramid's narrow shafts in 1993, Egyptologists realized they had been studying an incomplete monument for over a century. Behind those doors, accessible only to machines no bigger than a shoebox, lay chambers that hadn't seen light since the pyramid's construction 4,500 years ago. The discovery began with air quality readings that made no sense. Engineers measuring ventilation in the Queen's chamber noticed that two 8-inch shafts extending from the chamber's north and south walls simply ended, not in the pyramid's exterior, as architectural logic would suggest, but in sealed stone barriers, roughly 200 feet into the limestone blocks. When German robotics engineer Rudolf Gontenbrink sent his crawler robot Upuat through these passages, its cameras revealed something unprecedented: perfectly fitted copper doors, complete with copper handles, blocking further exploration. Dr. Zahi Hawass, then Egypt's Secretary General of Antiquities, described the finding as one of the most significant discoveries in pyramid research. The doors appeared deliberately crafted, not emergency blockages or construction shortcuts. Their placement suggested they protected something specific, something that required more than simple stone barriers. 3 decades later, those doors remain unopened. The architectural implications trouble structural engineers who study ancient construction. The Queen's chamber shafts follow precise geometric angles, maintaining their 8-inch dimensions with millimeter accuracy across hundreds of feet of solid stone. Creating such passages would require extraordinary planning and specialized tools. Yet according to mainstream Egyptology, these shafts serve no known function in pyramid design or burial practices. More puzzling still, ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted in 2017 revealed additional void spaces throughout the pyramid's interior, including a 100-foot chamber above the Grand Gallery that appears completely inaccessible by known passages. This cavity, designated Scan Pyramid's Big Void, contains an estimated volume equivalent to the Queen's chamber itself. Its purpose remains unknown, its contents unmapped, its very existence challenging fundamental assumptions about pyramid construction. The mathematical precision of these hidden spaces suggests intentional design rather than structural accident. Each void aligns with specific stellar orientations, particularly the constellation Orion, which ancient Egyptians associated with Osiris, god of the afterlife. The correlation between hidden chamber positions and celestial mechanics implies knowledge of astronomical cycles that wouldn't be formally codified until the medieval period. French physicist Mehdi Tayyoubi, co-director of the Scan Pyramids project, admits the findings force uncomfortable questions about ancient capabilities. We're detecting architectural complexity that exceeds our initial models of pyramid construction. These aren't random cavities. They follow deliberate patterns we're still trying to understand. The sealed doors present their own enigma. Copper, a precious metal in ancient Egypt, was typically reserved for ceremonial objects and royal burial goods. Using copper to seal internal passages suggests the contents warranted extraordinary protection. Chemical analysis of the door surfaces reveals oxidation patterns consistent with 4,500 years of sealed environment exposure, confirming their ancient origins rather than later modifications. In 2002, a drilling expedition created a tiny hole in one door and inserted a fiber optic camera. The images showed another sealed door just feet beyond the first. The space between doors contained only dust and a few small stone fragments, offering no clues about the ultimate destination. The second barrier appeared identical to the first, fitted copper plates with precisely crafted handles. Dr. Robert Bauval, author of The Orion Mystery, theorizes these doors protect a hidden burial chamber containing Khufu's actual remains. The traditional king's chamber may have been a decoy. The real pharaoh could be sealed behind those copper doors, along with burial treasures that would revolutionize our understanding of Old Kingdom wealth. Others suggest religious rather than burial functions. The shaft's stellar alignments and deliberate sealing patterns match descriptions in the pyramid texts of pathways to the afterlife. Ancient Egyptian mythology describes multiple doors that souls must pass through during their journey to immortality. The copper barriers might represent physical manifestations of spiritual concepts, turning the pyramid into a functional map of the afterlife, rather than simply a tomb. Construction logistics add another layer of mystery. Building these internal passages would require coordinating shaft excavation with external pyramid construction, timing the work precisely as stone courses accumulated. The copper doors would need installation during construction, not afterward, meaning their contents were sealed before the pyramid's completion. Whatever lies beyond those doors hasn't been disturbed since Khufu's reign. Modern attempts to explore further face technical and political obstacles. Egyptian authorities restrict invasive exploration, preferring non-destructive scanning methods. The shaft's narrow dimensions limit robot deployment options. Even successfully opening the doors might reveal only additional sealed barriers, creating an architectural nesting doll of unknown depth. The Scan Pyramid's big void adds urgency to these questions. Its size and location suggest a chamber of major significance, possibly containing artifacts, texts, or burial goods that could reshape Egyptian historical understanding. Yet accessing this space would require creating new passages through the monument, an intervention archaeologists hesitate to attempt. Recent thermal imaging has detected additional temperature anomalies, suggesting more hidden chambers throughout the pyramid's base and internal structure. Each discovery reinforces the same unsettling conclusion. We've been studying the Great Pyramid's exterior, while its true mysteries remain locked within inaccessible spaces, protected by engineering decisions made at the dawn of monumental architecture. The copper doors guard their secrets with ancient patience. Behind them may lie Khufu's undisturbed burial, lost papyri documenting forgotten history, or sacred objects that illuminate Old Kingdom religious practices. Or perhaps they protect not objects but knowledge itself, architectural wisdom too significant to leave undefended. Until those doors open, the Great Pyramid holds its greatest mystery in carefully constructed darkness, where copper handles that haven't been touched for 4 millennia wait for hands that may never come. The shadowy sect of Amun, 3 papyrus fragments, discovered decades apart in completely different locations, each contain the same cryptic phrase, "The house of the hidden god grows in shadow." What makes this remarkable isn't just the repetition, it's that each fragment was found in the personal belongings of high-ranking officials who served different pharaohs across nearly 800 years of Egyptian history. The god they reference is Amun, whose name literally means the hidden one. But hidden from whom? And why would the most powerful priesthood in ancient Egypt need to operate in shadows when their temples commanded more wealth than the pharaoh's own treasury? Dr. Aidan Dodson, an Egyptologist at the University of Bristol, spent 15 years tracking references to what he calls inner circles within Amun's priesthood. What he discovered challenges everything we thought we knew about religious power in ancient Egypt. These weren't just priests conducting temple rituals. They were political architects, economic masterminds, and possibly guardians of knowledge that went far beyond conventional Egyptian theology. The scale of their influence becomes clear when you examine the numbers. At its height, the cult of Amun controlled 1/3 of all cultivated land in Egypt. Their high priest held a title that translates roughly to first prophet of Amun, but inscriptions suggest there were levels of authority above even this position, levels that left no official records. In 1995, French archaeologist Christian de Roche-Noblecourt made a discovery that illuminated just how carefully the Amun priesthood guarded their secrets. Deep within a sealed chamber at Karnak, she found a cache of teaching tablets written in a modified hieroglyphic script that took linguists 3 years to decode. The tablets described initiation rituals that progressed through 7 distinct levels, each requiring knowledge that was never to be shared outside the Brotherhood. But here's where it gets genuinely puzzling. The final level, according to these tablets, involved something called the opening of the celestial house. The description is maddeningly vague, referring to alignments, hidden chambers, and practices that would unite the earthly Amun with the cosmic Amun. What did this actually mean? Recent archaeological evidence suggests the answer might be more complex than anyone anticipated. Ground-penetrating radar surveys at Karnak have revealed a network of underground chambers that don't appear on any ancient building plans. These spaces are accessible, but curiously, they're empty. Not ransacked empty, as if whatever they contained was carefully removed by people who knew exactly what they were doing. The priesthood's political maneuvering was equally sophisticated. During the reign of Hatshepsut, when questions arose about the legitimacy of a female pharaoh, it was the Amun priesthood who provided divine validation through carefully orchestrated prophecies and oracle pronouncements. But private correspondence, discovered in the 1970s, reveals they were simultaneously maintaining contact with Hatshepsut's political rivals. They weren't just playing both sides, they were directing the game itself. This becomes even more intriguing when you consider their relationship with knowledge preservation. The Amun temples housed vast libraries, but inventories suggest they contained texts that weren't available anywhere else in Egypt. References appear to works on astronomy that calculated celestial movements with accuracy that wouldn't be achieved again until the medieval period. Mathematical texts that described geometric principles centuries before Greek mathematicians would independently develop them. Where did this knowledge come from? And more importantly, what happened to it? The priesthood's downfall provides some clues. When Akhenaten attempted to dismantle the traditional gods in favor of Aten worship, the Amun priests didn't simply resist, they disappeared. Not fled, not relocated. Disappeared. For 17 years there are virtually no records of high-level Amun religious activity anywhere in Egypt. When Tutankhamun restored the old gods, entirely new people filled the major priestly positions. What happened to the original priests? Some scholars suggest they went underground, literally and figuratively, waiting out the heretical pharaoh's reign. But if that's true, where were they hiding? And how did they maintain their organizational structure across nearly 2 decades of religious persecution? The answer might lie in their relationship with Egypt's southern territories. Inscriptions found at Jebel Barkal in Sudan describe knowledge keepers of Amun, who maintained practices that were older than the pyramids and deeper than the Nile. These weren't just metaphorical descriptions. Archaeological surveys in the region have uncovered ritual sites that predate the established timeline of Amun worship by several centuries. This suggests the priesthood wasn't just politically sophisticated, they were historically layered, built on foundations that stretch back into Egypt's prehistoric period. They weren't creating new traditions, they were preserving ancient ones. The most tantalizing evidence comes from an unexpected source, medical papyri. Several texts describe healing practices associated with servants of the hidden god that involved procedures we now recognize as sophisticated surgical techniques, cataract removal, bone-setting methods that closely mirror modern orthopedic practices, descriptions of anesthesia using plant compounds that wouldn't be scientifically understood until the 19th century. Were the Amun priests also Egypt's most advanced medical practitioners? And if so, where did they acquire this knowledge? The trail goes cold in the Ptolemaic period, when Greek rulers systematically integrated Egyptian religious practices into their own administrative systems. The independent power of the Amun priesthood was gradually absorbed into state bureaucracy. But even then, references appear to traditional keepers who maintained the old ways outside official structures. What's remarkable isn't just what we've discovered about the Amun priesthood, but how much remains deliberately hidden. Their own texts speak of knowledge that was never to be written down, practices that could only be transmitted through direct instruction, and secrets that died with their guardians rather than risk exposure. Modern excavations continue to reveal the extent of their influence, but every answer raises deeper questions. The shadowy sect of Amun wasn't just a religious organization. They were something far more complex, operating on multiple levels of society, with access to knowledge and resources that still confound researchers today. In the silence of ancient temples, their secrets remain buried beneath centuries of sand and mystery. Whispers from the Abyss, Lake Moeris. 3,000 years ago, Roman historians documented something that shouldn't have existed. A massive freshwater lake in the heart of Egypt's desert, fed by the Nile through channels that defied the natural flow of water uphill. Pliny the Elder called it one of the wonders of the world. Herodotus measured its circumference at over 400 miles. Yet today, Lake Moeris has vanished so completely that archaeologists debate whether it ever existed at all. The mathematical precision required to create such a lake challenges everything we assume about ancient engineering capabilities. To transform the Fayum depression into a controlled reservoir, Egyptian engineers would have needed to calculate water pressure differentials, soil displacement ratios, and seasonal flood patterns with an accuracy that rivals modern hydrological surveys. The surviving papyrus fragments from the Middle Kingdom describe irrigation techniques, but nothing approaching the complexity required for Lake Moeris. Dr. Tara Parkek's satellite archaeology has revealed geometric patterns beneath the Fayum sands that suggest massive stone foundations extending for miles underground. The regularity of these structures implies a master plan executed across multiple dynasties, requiring institutional memory and technical knowledge preserved across centuries of political upheaval. When her team examined core samples from the deepest sections, they found layers of sediment containing Mediterranean seashells mixed with Nile River deposits, indicating water sources that shouldn't have converged naturally. Ancient accounts describe two massive pyramids rising from Lake Moeris, each crowned with a seated colossus. Herodotus claimed these monuments stood 300 feet above the waterline, with an equal portion submerged beneath the surface. The precision of his measurements suggests he witnessed them personally during his travels around 450 BCE. Roman geographers recorded the same structures existing until the 2nd century CE, yet no trace of these pyramid monuments has been located despite extensive surveys of the region. The engineering challenge becomes more perplexing when we consider the lake's dual function as both reservoir and regulatory system. During flood seasons, excess Nile water was diverted into the lake through a series of channels and locks. When the river ran low, stored water flowed back through the same system, maintaining consistent irrigation for the surrounding agricultural regions. This required a network of gates, sluices, and measuring devices operating with mechanical precision across an area larger than modern Lake Geneva. Papyrus documentation from Lahun reveals mathematical calculations that may relate to the lake's construction. These texts contain geometric formulas for calculating the volume of irregular basins and tables of measurements using units that don't match any known Egyptian system. The scribes who created these documents appear to have been working with hydraulic principles that weren't formally described by European engineers until the Renaissance. Medieval Arab geographers reported ruins of massive stone structures protruding from the sand where Lake Moeris once lay. Al-Makrizi described walls built from blocks weighing several tons each, fitted together without mortar in a technique he compared to the Great Pyramid's construction. By the time European archaeologists reached the site in the 19th century, shifting sands had buried these remains so completely that their exact locations remain unknown. The lake's disappearance presents its own mystery. Gradual silting could explain a slow reduction in size, but historical records suggest Lake Moeris vanished relatively suddenly, sometime between 200 and 400 CE. Climate data from ice core samples shows no dramatic change in Nile flood patterns during this period. The most likely explanation involves the systematic dismantling of the regulatory infrastructure, but this would have required organized effort over several decades. Modern attempts to locate the lake's original shoreline have produced contradictory results. Ground-penetrating radar surveys identify what appear to be ancient harbor structures in 3 separate locations, each with different architectural styles spanning several centuries. The southernmost site contains stone anchoring points sized for vessels much larger than typical Nile riverboats, suggesting Lake Moeris may have supported maritime traffic capable of reaching Mediterranean ports. Chemical analysis of soil samples from the presumed lakebed reveals elevated levels of natron, a mineral compound essential to Egyptian mummification processes. The concentration is too high to result from natural deposits, indicating either deliberate mining operations or regular transport of mummified remains across the lake. This connects Lake Moeris to Egypt's mortuary traditions in ways that haven't been fully explored by mainstream archaeology. The Fayum's unusual fertility, which persists even today, may provide clues to the lake's original purpose. Soil composition analysis shows mineral deposits typically found in river deltas, despite the region's distance from the Nile's natural channels. The ancient engineering project that created Lake Moeris appears to have fundamentally altered the area's ecology, creating an artificial oasis that sustained multiple cities for over a millennium. Recent discoveries of wooden ship fragments preserved in the desert sand have reignited interest in Lake Moeris. Carbon dating places these vessels between 1800 and 1400 BCE, during the height of the Middle Kingdom's power. The construction techniques used in their hull design are unknown from other Egyptian boats, featuring curved ribs and sealed compartments more typical of ocean-going vessels than river craft. Perhaps most intriguingly, astronomical alignments built into the surviving stone foundations suggest Lake Moeris served ceremonial as well as practical functions. The geometric patterns identified by satellite archaeology correspond to star charts found in New Kingdom tombs, indicating the lake's design incorporated celestial observations. If accurate, this implies the entire project was conceived as both engineering marvel and religious monument, embodying Egyptian beliefs about the relationship between water, earth, and sky. The scale of coordination required to build and maintain Lake Moeris reveals an administrative sophistication we rarely associate with ancient civilizations. Multiple pharaohs invested enormous resources in a project spanning centuries, maintaining technical standards and institutional knowledge through periods of political instability. The lake's eventual abandonment represents not just the loss of an engineering wonder, but the collapse of the social systems that made such achievements possible. Tonight, as desert winds sweep across the Fayum Depression, they carry whispers of an impossible lake that once reflected stars while feeding a civilization. Somewhere beneath those shifting sands lie the answers to questions we're only beginning to formulate about the true extent of ancient Egyptian capabilities. Isis, magic, and mystery. When archaeologists first entered the submerged chambers beneath Alexandria's harbor in 1998, they expected to find broken pottery and weathered stones. Instead, they discovered something that challenged everything we understood about the boundaries between medicine and magic in the ancient world. Carved into granite blocks that had rested beneath the Mediterranean for over a millennium were pharmaceutical formulas written in the sacred script of Isis. The goddess Isis occupies a unique position in the pantheon of ancient Egypt. While other deities commanded specific domains, Ra ruled the sun, Thoth governed wisdom, Isis transcended these boundaries. She was called She of 10,000 Names and the Great Magician, titles that hint at powers extending far beyond conventional divine authority. What archaeologists continue to uncover suggests that her worship involved practices that blur the line between spiritual ritual and advanced scientific knowledge. Dr. Joanne Fletcher spent 15 years studying Isis temples across Egypt and the Mediterranean. Her research revealed a pattern that Orthodox Egyptology struggles to explain. Every major Isis temple contained what she terms impossible medicine, surgical procedures, and pharmaceutical compounds that wouldn't be rediscovered by European medicine until the Renaissance. The Temple of Isis at Philae, for instance, contains detailed hieroglyphic instructions for cataract surgery, complete with diagrams showing incision angles and recovery protocols. The mystery deepens when we examine the goddess's origin story. According to the pyramid texts, Isis learned her magical arts by tricking the sun god Ra into revealing his secret name, the source of all creation's power. This wasn't mere mythology to the ancients. Temple records from Dendera show that Isis priestesses underwent decades of training in what they called the hidden sciences. Modern analysis of their remaining medical papyri reveals knowledge of human anatomy that shouldn't have existed without systematic dissection, a practice supposedly forbidden in ancient Egypt. Yet the evidence keeps accumulating. In 2003, French archaeologists working near Saqqara uncovered a teaching hospital that had operated continuously for over 800 years. The facility bore Isis's cartouche and contained surgical instruments made from meteoric iron, a material choice that modern metallurgy confirms would create naturally sterile tools. The hospital's layout followed principles of air circulation and waste management that wouldn't appear in European medical facilities until the 19th century. The priestesses themselves remain enigmatic figures. Unlike other Egyptian religious orders, the clergy of Isis included women in the highest positions of authority. The high priestess of Isis at Memphis held a rank equivalent to the pharaoh's vizier, commanding resources across the empire. They maintained libraries of medical knowledge, wrote in ciphered scripts, and traveled freely between Egypt and distant lands, unusual freedoms for women in the ancient world. Professor Sarah Parcak's satellite archaeology has identified over 40 previously unknown Isis temples stretching from Britain to Afghanistan. Each follows identical architectural principles, suggesting a coordinated network rather than independent worship sites. The temples share another mysterious feature: underground chambers lined with crystalline formations that appear to be artificially cultivated. Roman sources mention that Isis priestesses could speak through the stones, possibly referring to acoustic properties these crystal chambers might have possessed. The healing rituals themselves defied conventional religious practice. While other Egyptian deities required elaborate offerings and ceremonies, Isis worship centered on direct healing work. Temple records describe priestesses performing what we would recognize as psychotherapy, treating conditions they called wounds of the spirit through guided dream work and herbal medicines. They documented their patients' progress with clinical precision, noting statistical success rates and modifying treatments based on observed outcomes. One particularly intriguing scroll, discovered in the ruins of the Isis temple at Befit el-Hagar, describes a healing practice called memory weaving. According to the text, priestesses could help patients recover from psychological trauma by guiding them through specific meditation techniques while burning carefully prepared incense compounds. Chemical analysis of residual materials from the temple's braziers revealed traces of naturally occurring psychoactive compounds that modern psychiatry recognizes for their therapeutic potential. The Roman historian Apuleius provided the most detailed account of Isis mysteries in his work The Golden Ass, written in the 2nd century CE. His protagonist undergoes initiation into the goddess's mysteries, experiencing what Apuleius describes as death and resurrection, followed by profound healing of both body and mind. Apuleius claimed to write from personal experience, and his descriptions match architectural details found in recently excavated Isis temples with unsettling accuracy. What makes the Isis mysteries particularly compelling is their demonstrable effectiveness. Unlike other ancient religious practices that remain historically interesting but practically obsolete, Isis healing methods left measurable impacts. Mummy studies consistently show that individuals interred with Isis amulets lived longer than their contemporaries and exhibited evidence of successful medical interventions. Skeletal remains from Isis temple complexes show bone healing patterns that suggest surgical procedures performed with remarkable precision. The goddess's influence extended far beyond Egypt's borders. When Alexander the Great's generals divided his empire, they established Isis temples in every major city. The Ptolemies of Egypt actively promoted her worship across the Mediterranean, but this wasn't mere cultural imperialism. Archaeological evidence suggests that Isis temples served as medical centers, training facilities, and research institutions throughout the Hellenistic world. Modern attempts to reconstruct Isis healing practices face significant obstacles. The priestesses encoded their most advanced knowledge in scripts that remain partially undeciphered. Even when translations are possible, the texts assume foundational knowledge that wasn't recorded. The secret teachings passed directly from mentor to student within the temple walls. We can identify the ingredients in their pharmaceutical formulas, but the preparation methods, timing, and application techniques remain largely mysterious. Recent discoveries continue to challenge our understanding of what Isis priestesses actually accomplished. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of temple sites regularly reveal hidden chambers containing artifacts that don't fit conventional timelines. Medical instruments displaying precision manufacturing techniques, astronomical calculation devices, and preserved organic materials that shouldn't have survived in Egypt's climate all bear Isis's sacred symbols. The goddess who promised healing to her followers seems to have delivered on that promise through means that modern science is only beginning to comprehend. Her mysteries remain largely intact, hidden within temple ruins that continue to yield their secrets slowly, one impossible discovery at a time. The curious case of the crocodile mummies. In 2019, archaeologists working in the Kamambo region pulled something unexpected from the ancient sand, not gold, not papyrus, but the perfectly preserved remains of 47 crocodiles, each one wrapped with the same meticulous care reserved for pharaohs. The smallest measured barely 2 feet long, the largest stretched nearly 10 feet from snout to tail. Every single one had been mummified with techniques that would have taken weeks to complete. The discovery team, led by Dr. Patricia Piacentini from the University of Milan, found themselves staring at what might be the most extensive crocodile mummy collection ever uncovered in a single location. But as they carefully documented each specimen, a troubling pattern emerged. These weren't random crocodiles that had wandered into sacred spaces. The size distribution, the preservation methods, even the positioning of the remains suggested something far more deliberate and far more puzzling. For over 3 millennia, ancient Egyptians mummified millions of animals. Cats, birds, even bulls received the preservation treatment. But crocodiles occupied a unique position in this practice, one that defied simple explanation. Unlike other mummified creatures, crocodile remains have been found in contexts that seem to contradict everything we thought we understood about Egyptian religious practices. Dr. Salima Ikram, a leading expert in animal mummification at the American University in Cairo, has spent decades trying to decode the logic behind these preserved predators. Her analysis reveals something that shouldn't be possible according to conventional understanding of Egyptian burial customs. The crocodile mummies don't follow standard patterns. Some were preserved as complete specimens, others as partial remains. Some were wrapped individually, others grouped together in ways that mirror human family burial arrangements. The technical skill required to mummify a crocodile exceeded that needed for most human remains. The process involved removing internal organs through precise incisions, treating the body cavity with natron salt for 40 days, then wrapping the creature in hundreds of feet of linen strips. Each tooth was individually wrapped. Each scale was preserved with oils and resins that would have cost more than most Egyptians earned in a year. But here's where the mystery deepens. Radiocarbon dating of crocodile mummies from various sites across Egypt reveals they were being preserved continuously for over 2,000 years, far longer than any other animal mummification practice. The tradition started during the Old Kingdom and continued well into the Roman period, surviving political upheavals, foreign invasions, and dramatic religious changes that eliminated other burial customs entirely. The most sophisticated crocodile mummification sites clustered around 2 locations, Kamambo in the south and Teb Tunis in the Fayum region. At Kamambo, crocodiles were associated with the god Sobek, a powerful deity linked to the Nile's fertility and the pharaoh's strength. This connection seems straightforward enough until you examine the Teb Tunis specimens. At Teb Tunis, archaeologists have uncovered crocodile mummies buried alongside papyrus scrolls containing mathematical calculations, medical texts, and astronomical observations. Dr. Kim Ryholt from the University of Copenhagen, who has studied the Tebtunis material extensively, discovered that many of these papyri date to periods when crocodile worship wasn't officially practiced in the region. The timing doesn't align with known religious calendars or political circumstances. Even more puzzling, chemical analysis of the preservation materials reveals that crocodile mummification required resources from across the ancient world: resins from Lebanon, spices from Nubia, and specialized salts from remote desert locations. The economic network needed to sustain this practice would have been enormous, yet historical records contain almost no mention of crocodile mummy trade routes or specialized craftsmen. Recent CT scanning of intact crocodile mummies has revealed another layer of mystery. Many specimens contain objects that were placed inside the body cavity before mummification: small figurines, jewelry, and in several cases rolled papyrus scrolls that remain too fragile to unroll. Dr. Ikram's team has identified what appears to be text on these internal papyri using advanced imaging techniques, but the hieroglyphic symbols don't match known Egyptian writing systems. The scale of crocodile mummification becomes clear when you consider the numbers. Conservative estimates suggest that ancient Egyptians preserved over 4 million crocodiles across various sites. The Tebtunis Crocodile Cemetery alone extends over several acres, with mummies stacked in underground chambers 15 feet deep. Each chamber required years of construction and represented an investment equivalent to building a small temple. What makes this even more intriguing is the selective nature of the preservation. Analysis shows that mummified crocodiles weren't taken randomly from the Nile population. They were specifically chosen based on criteria that remain unclear. Size analysis reveals certain length preferences. Age determination through toothwear patterns shows that many were relatively young. Some specimens show evidence of having been kept in captivity before death, fed controlled diets, and maintained in conditions that would have required significant resources. The religious texts that mention crocodiles provide conflicting information about their role in Egyptian spirituality. Some describe Sobek as a protective deity whose crocodile form guards against chaos. Others reference crocodiles as guardians of hidden knowledge, creatures who could travel between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. A few rare texts, discovered in the 19th century and then mysteriously lost, allegedly described crocodiles as vessels for preserving information that needed to survive the time of forgetting. Dr. Joanne Fletcher, an Egyptologist at the University of York, has proposed that crocodile mummification served purposes beyond religious devotion. Her research suggests that the practice might have been connected to record-keeping systems we don't yet understand. The correlation between high-quality papyrus production centers and intensive crocodile mummification sites is too consistent to be coincidental. Modern investigations face significant challenges. Many crocodile mummy sites were damaged by early excavations that prioritized human remains and obvious treasures. Others remain buried beneath modern settlements or have been lost to Nile flooding and desert expansion. The specimens we can study represent perhaps 5% of what was originally created. The preservation techniques used on crocodile mummies continue to surprise researchers. Some specimens retain flexible joints after 3,000 years. Others show evidence of experimental preservation methods that aren't documented in known Egyptian texts. A few demonstrate such advanced chemical treatment that modern conservation laboratories struggle to replicate the results using contemporary materials. As archaeological techniques improve, crocodile mummies may yet reveal their secrets. Each new discovery adds pieces to a puzzle that grows more complex rather than clearer. Somewhere in the calculated precision of their preservation, in the careful selection of specimens, in the enormous investment of resources, lies an answer to why ancient Egyptians considered these ancient predators worthy of eternal preservation. The shifting sands of the Serapeum. 24 massive stone sarcophagi sit in perfect silence beneath the desert floor at Saqqara, each one carved from a single block of granite or basalt weighing up to 80 tons. The French archaeologist Auguste Mariette discovered them in 1851, buried within a labyrinthine network of tunnels known as the Serapeum. What he found defied explanation then, and continues to perplex engineers today. These weren't containers for pharaohs or nobles. They were tombs for bulls, sacred Apis bulls, revered as living embodiments of the god Ptah. But here's what keeps archaeologists awake at night: How did ancient Egyptian workers transport creatures weighing over a ton through narrow underground passages, then lower them into stone coffins that seem impossibly precise for their time? Dr. Salima Hassan from Cairo University spent 3 years studying the Serapeum's construction. Her measurements revealed something that shouldn't exist in a civilization working with copper tools and wooden ramps. The granite sarcophagi display surface flatness, accurate to within 0.02 of an inch. The corners meet at perfect 90-degree angles. The internal dimensions match the external ones with mathematical precision that modern sculptors struggle to achieve. The logistics become more baffling when you consider the bulls themselves. Adult Apis bulls could reach heights of 6 feet at the shoulder. Ancient records describe elaborate processions when these sacred animals died, but those processions ended at ground level. Somehow, these massive carcasses had to be transported down narrow stone staircases, through corridors barely wide enough for 2 people to pass, and into burial chambers carved deep into bedrock. Auguste Mariette's original excavation notes, preserved in the Cairo Museum archives, describe finding the tunnels filled with sand and debris, but he also noted something peculiar: tool marks on the tunnel walls that didn't match any known Egyptian implements. The cuts were too clean, too consistent, displaying a uniformity that suggested mechanical precision rather than human craftsmanship. Modern attempts to replicate the transportation process have failed repeatedly. In 1995, a team of engineers from MIT tried to recreate the journey using a life-sized bull model and traditional Egyptian tools. They abandoned the experiment after damaging both the model and their replica corridor walls. The space simply wasn't adequate for maneuvering such large objects, even with the sophisticated rope and lever systems depicted in tomb paintings. The mystery deepens when you examine the sarcophagi themselves. Each one weighs between 60 and 80 tons when complete. Moving objects of this size typically requires modern cranes and hydraulic systems. The ancient Egyptians would have needed to transport these stones from quarries hundreds of miles away, then somehow maneuver them down into the underground chambers before sealing them with lids that fit so precisely they seem machined rather than carved. Dr. Christopher Dunn, a precision engineer who studied the Serapeum extensively, discovered something that challenges our understanding of ancient Egyptian capabilities. Many sarcophagi show evidence of being hollowed out from the inside, creating internal corners with radii so small they couldn't have been achieved with any known ancient tool. The corners are rounded in a way that suggests rotary cutting equipment, technology that supposedly didn't exist until the industrial age. The burial chambers themselves present another puzzle. Each one was carved to accommodate both the massive sarcophagus and the theoretical burial ceremony for the sacred bull. But the dimensions leave no room for the kind of elaborate rituals described in religious texts. The spaces are functional, almost industrial in their stark efficiency. They suggest a process focused entirely on preservation rather than ceremony. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have revealed additional chambers that remain sealed. Dr. Zahi Hawass, former Secretary General of Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities, authorized limited exploration in 2010. But the project stalled when drilling equipment encountered unexpectedly hard stone formations that damaged industrial-grade bits. The timeline adds another layer of mystery. Carbon dating of organic materials found within the sealed sarcophagi spans nearly 1,500 years, suggesting the Serapeum remained in active use across multiple dynasties. Yet the construction quality remains consistent throughout, implying either remarkable institutional memory or technology that far exceeded what we believe these ancient civilizations possessed. Local workers who helped with modern excavations report strange acoustics within the tunnels. Sounds echo in ways that don't match the chamber dimensions, and electronic equipment frequently malfunctions in specific areas. Temperature readings fluctuate without explanation, sometimes dropping 10 degrees within a few feet. The ancient texts that mention Apis bull burials focus on the religious significance, but remain vague about practical details. They describe elaborate mummification processes and ceremonial preparations, but they skip entirely over the question of how these massive creatures reached their underground resting places. The silence feels deliberate, as though certain knowledge was restricted to a select group of priest engineers whose techniques died with them. Perhaps the most unsettling discovery came in 2018, when restoration work revealed scratches on several sarcophagi lids that appear to be claw marks, deep gouges in solid granite, as though something inside had tried to escape. Dr. Hassan's analysis confirmed the marks originated from within the sealed containers, but she won't speculate publicly about their source. The Serapeum represents more than just an ancient burial ground. It stands as testament to capabilities that shouldn't have existed, to knowledge that somehow bridged the gap between religious devotion and engineering impossibility. The sacred bulls sleep on in their granite beds, taking their secrets deeper into the desert floor with each passing century. Modern Egypt continues to guard access to the site carefully. Official tours follow prescribed routes that avoid the most puzzling chambers. Research permits require approval from multiple government departments, and several international teams have found their applications mysteriously delayed or rejected without explanation. The shifting sands above the Serapeum have buried many secrets, but they cannot bury the questions that echo through those impossible tunnels below. The enigmatic Book of the Fayum. When cartographers at the University of Copenhagen examined a 3000-year-old papyrus in 1956, they discovered something that challenged every assumption about ancient Egyptian knowledge. The document, known as the Book of the Fayum, contained detailed maps of waterways, settlements, and sacred sites that seemed to exist nowhere in the known world. Dr. Sarah Gazzoli spent 15 years studying this enigmatic manuscript before admitting defeat. The precision was undeniable. Mathematical calculations, astronomical alignments, and geographical coordinates that demonstrated sophisticated surveying techniques. Yet every location depicted remained phantom, as if the ancient scribes had mapped an Egypt that existed only in dreams. The papyrus emerged from a tomb near Tebtunis, in the Fayum oasis, wrapped around the legs of a mummified crocodile. This detail alone raised questions among Egyptologists. Sacred crocodiles typically received ceremonial burial, with religious texts or funerary instructions, not geographical surveys. The placement suggested the map held spiritual significance beyond mere documentation. What the ancient cartographers recorded defies easy categorization. The central feature appears to be a vast lake system, far more extensive than the historical Lake Moeris that once dominated the Fayum region. Branching from this lake are waterways that don't match any known tributaries of the Nile. Settlements dot the shores with names that appear in no other Egyptian texts: Shatepra, Unktowi, Per-Sobekneb. The mathematical precision becomes more puzzling when examined closely. Distances between settlements follow exact proportional relationships. The angles of waterways align with specific stellar configurations. Temple locations correspond to a geometric pattern that wouldn't be formally described by European mathematicians until the Renaissance. Either the ancient surveyors possessed remarkable accuracy, or they were mapping according to principles we don't fully understand. Museum conservator Elena Markowitz made an observation that deepened the mystery in 2003. Under ultraviolet light, additional markings became visible across the papyrus surface, hieroglyphic annotations that had faded beyond normal detection. These marginal notes contained references to the land of eternal flood and pathways to the celestial Nile. The language suggested the map depicted not a physical landscape, but a mythological realm. Yet physical evidence complicates this interpretation. Soil samples from excavations around Tebtunis reveal traces of ancient canal systems that don't appear on any modern survey. Ground-penetrating radar has detected geometric patterns beneath the desert that align with structures shown on the Book of the Fayum. The boundaries between mythological mapping and actual geography blur when archaeological evidence supports the papyrus details. The timeline adds another layer of complexity. Carbon dating places the papyrus creation during the reign of Ramesses III, approximately 1150 BCE. However, the geographical knowledge it displays appears to predate this period by centuries, possibly millennia. The text references pharaohs from the Old Kingdom and describes the Fayum region during an era when Lake Moeris stood at its greatest extent, a period before the manuscript's creation. Dr. Andreas Weber, a specialist in ancient cartography, proposed that the Book of the Fayum represents a compilation of geographical knowledge accumulated over generations. Ancient priests might have preserved memories of landscape changes, recording how the region appeared during different historical periods. The seemingly impossible waterways could document the Fayum during various flood cycles, creating a composite map that spans centuries. This theory encounters its own obstacles. Several waterways depicted on the papyrus flow uphill according to modern topographical analysis. Temple complexes appear in locations where bedrock lies too close to the surface for massive construction. The map includes islands in Lake Moeris that geological surveys suggest never existed, at least not in the positions indicated. Religious symbolism woven throughout the cartography suggests another interpretation. The crocodile god Sobek held dominion over the Fayum region, and many temple sites marked on the map bear his name. The waterways might represent spiritual pathways rather than physical channels. Root souls traveled through the underworld realm, associated with Sobek's domain. Ancient Egyptians often created maps of mythological territories to guide deceased pharaohs through cosmic landscapes. The precision remains troubling even within a mythological framework. Why would priests invest such mathematical rigor in mapping an imaginary realm? The calculations required to maintain proportional accuracy across the entire papyrus would have demanded months of careful work. Sacred texts typically employed symbolic rather than mathematical approaches to describe divine territories. Contemporary technology has revealed additional mysteries within the manuscript. Digital analysis identified 3 distinct hands in the hieroglyphic text, suggesting collaborative creation. The mathematical calculations were added by a different scribe than the one who drew the geographical features. A third individual contributed the religious annotations, working at some later date when the original mapmakers were no longer available. Satellite imagery of the Fayum region occasionally reveals features that echo the ancient map. Seasonal flooding sometimes traces patterns that resemble waterways shown on the papyrus. Archaeological surveys have uncovered foundation stones in locations that correspond to settlements marked on the manuscript, though no substantial remains have been found. The most intriguing possibility remains largely unexplored. What if the Book of the Fayum documents an Egypt that existed during a period of dramatically different climate conditions? Ice core data suggests the Nile carried far greater water volume during certain prehistoric eras. The Sahara experienced wet phases that transformed regional geography. The ancient cartographers might have preserved accurate memories of landscape configurations that preceded recorded Egyptian history. Weather patterns, river channels, and lake levels can shift dramatically over millennia. The impossible geography shown on the papyrus becomes less impossible when considered against geological timescales. The mathematical precision that seemed so puzzling starts to make sense if the mapmakers were documenting real places that existed before historical records began. The Book of the Fayum continues to resist definitive interpretation. Whether it maps reality, mythology, or some fusion of both, the papyrus represents sophisticated knowledge that challenges our understanding of ancient capabilities. Somewhere beneath the drifting sands of the Fayum, answers wait for archaeologists persistent enough to follow where the ancient cartographers pointed. Until then, we're left with questions that seem to multiply rather than resolve, and a map that might be leading us toward discoveries we're not yet prepared to understand. The strangely advanced skills of the ancient artisan. When modern engineers examined a granite vase found in Saqqara, they discovered something that defied explanation. The vessel's walls varied by less than 0.02 of an inch across its entire surface. The precision required to achieve this surpasses what most contemporary manufacturers can accomplish, even with computer-controlled machinery. This wasn't an isolated anomaly. Throughout Egypt's ancient sites, archaeologists continue to uncover artifacts that challenge our understanding of what Bronze Age craftsmen should have been capable of creating. The technical mastery embedded in these objects suggests knowledge systems that somehow vanished without trace, leaving behind only the silent testimony of impossible precision. Dr. Christopher Dunn, an aerospace engineer who spent decades analyzing Egyptian stonework, documented tolerances in ancient construction that match modern industrial standards. When he measured the granite coffer in the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid, he found surface variations of just 0.03 of an inch. The corners showed perfect 90-degree angles, achieved through techniques that remain unclear even today. The tools required for such precision represent their own mystery. Conventional archaeology suggests ancient Egyptians worked primarily with copper chisels, wooden mallets, and abrasive sand, yet microscopic analysis of cut surfaces reveals characteristics typically associated with high-speed rotary tools. Parallel striations on hard stone surfaces indicate cutting speeds that would have been impossible to achieve through manual methods alone. Petrie fragments, named after archaeologist Flinders Petrie, provide perhaps the most compelling evidence of advanced machining capabilities. These granite and basalt pieces, discovered near the Giza Plateau, show clear signs of mechanical drilling. Core samples extracted from these stones reveal spiral grooves progressing at rates that would require tremendous downward pressure combined with rapid rotation. Petrie himself calculated that the drilling rate implied by these grooves would demand a pressure of at least 2 tons. The precision extends beyond mere cutting techniques. Ancient Egyptian artisans created stone vessels with internal chambers accessed only through narrow necks, hollowed out from single blocks of granite and diorite. Modern attempts to replicate these objects using traditional tools have proven unsuccessful. The internal surfaces show the same mechanical precision as the exteriors, suggesting access to specialized equipment that could operate in confined spaces. Hieroglyphic depictions occasionally hint at technologies that don't align with conventional understanding of ancient capabilities. Temple reliefs at Dendera show objects resembling electrical devices, complete with cable-like connections and bulb-shaped terminals. While mainstream archaeology interprets these as symbolic representations, some researchers propose they document actual technological systems that have since been lost. The Saqqara bird, discovered in 1898, demonstrates advanced understanding of aerodynamic principles. This wooden artifact, dating to approximately 200 BCE, displays characteristics of modern glider design. Its proportions match specifications for stable flight, including proper wing placement and tail configuration. When researchers created scaled replicas, they found the design capable of sustained gliding flight. Metallurgical analysis reveals equally sophisticated knowledge. Egyptian bronze artifacts contain alloy compositions that optimize specific properties for intended uses. Ceremonial objects show different ratios than working tools, indicating precise understanding of how varying copper-tin percentages affect hardness, durability, and workability. This level of specialization suggests systematic experimentation and knowledge accumulation spanning generations. The logistics behind monumental construction projects imply organizational capabilities that surpass many modern undertakings. Moving and positioning limestone blocks weighing several tons required not only mechanical systems, but also complex planning and coordination. Recent discoveries of ancient ramps and lever systems provide partial explanations, yet the precision of final placement continues to challenge explanations based solely on manual labor. Optical properties embedded in certain artifacts suggest familiarity with advanced principles of light manipulation. The Lighthouse of Alexandria incorporated mirrors and focusing systems that projected beams visible from distances exceeding 30 miles. Archaeological evidence from similar installations throughout Egypt indicates systematic application of geometric optics centuries before these principles appeared in European scientific literature. Astronomical alignments built into pyramids and temples demonstrate mathematical precision that rivals modern surveying techniques. The Great Pyramid aligns with cardinal directions to within 3/60ths of a single degree. Achieving this accuracy would require sophisticated measuring instruments and deep understanding of celestial mechanics. The methods used to establish these alignments remain subjects of ongoing research and debate. Medical papyri describe surgical procedures and diagnostic techniques that wouldn't appear in European medicine for thousands of years. The Edwin Smith Papyrus details brain surgery protocols, including specific instructions for treating skull fractures and recognizing neurological symptoms. This knowledge implies systematic study of human anatomy and surgical experimentation conducted under controlled conditions. Chemical residues found in ancient laboratories suggest familiarity with processes that European alchemists wouldn't develop until medieval times. Distillation equipment, chemical furnaces, and material analysis techniques appear throughout archaeological sites. The consistency of chemical compositions in similar artifacts across different time periods indicates standardized procedures and quality control measures. Recent excavations continue revealing artifacts that expand the scope of ancient capabilities. Ground-penetrating radar and advanced imaging techniques detect internal structures in monuments that were previously unknown. Each discovery adds complexity to the picture of ancient technical knowledge, raising new questions about how such sophisticated understanding developed and why it apparently disappeared. The absence of clear transitional evidence poses additional puzzles. Archaeological records show sudden appearances of advanced techniques without obvious developmental phases. This pattern suggests either rapid knowledge transfer from unknown sources or preservation of information through systems that left minimal material traces. Contemporary attempts to replicate ancient achievements using period-appropriate tools consistently fall short of matching the precision found in original artifacts. This gap between theoretical capability and practical achievement indicates missing elements in our understanding of ancient methods and technologies. The implications extend beyond mere technical curiosity. These artifacts represent knowledge systems that developed sophisticated solutions to complex problems, then vanished, leaving only fragmentary evidence of their existence. Understanding how ancient artisans achieved such precision might unlock insights relevant to contemporary manufacturing and engineering challenges. The mystery deepens with each careful analysis, revealing layers of sophistication that challenge assumptions about technological progress and the linear development of human knowledge. Secret ceremonies at the Temple of Karnak. In 1995, a maintenance worker cleaning dust from a seemingly minor relief at Karnak noticed something that would puzzle Egyptologists for decades. The carved scene depicted priests performing what appeared to be a standard offering ritual, but the hieroglyphs described actions that matched no known ceremony in the Egyptian religious canon. The worker had stumbled upon evidence of secret rites that may have been hidden in plain sight for over 3,000 years. The Temple of Karnak sprawls across more than 200 acres of sacred ground. Its maze of halls, chambers, and courtyards accumulated over nearly 2 millennia of continuous construction. Most visitors see the grand hypostyle hall, with its forest of towering columns, or the sacred lake where priests once purified themselves at dawn. But Karnak's true mysteries lie in spaces the public never enters. Chambers accessible only through hidden passages, rooms with no official purpose, and walls covered in texts that speak of rituals performed when the moon was dark and the temple fell silent. Dr. Melinda Hassan spent 7 years mapping the lesser-known areas of Karnak, documenting spaces that appeared on no official temple plan. In a 2003 interview, she described finding chambers that seemed designed for gatherings of no more than 12 people, their walls blackened by what chemical analysis revealed to be a mixture of incense and human blood. The carbon dating placed the bloodstains across multiple time periods, suggesting these rooms saw repeated use over centuries. What ceremonies required such secrecy? The answer may lie in papyrus fragments discovered in 1987 within a sealed jar buried beneath Karnak's eastern wall. The texts, written in a deliberately obscured form of hieroglyphic script, describe rituals performed during the monthly Night of Thoth, a time period that appears in no other Egyptian religious calendar. These weren't the public festivals where thousands gathered to honor the gods, but intimate ceremonies involving what the papyri call the chosen servants of the hidden aspects. The fragments describe a ritual called the opening of the stargates, performed in complete darkness save for a single oil lamp. Participants, always 12 in number, would consume a mixture containing blue lotus petals, frankincense, and an unknown substance the texts refer to only as the tears of the primordial waters. Archaeological chemist Dr. Robert Kane analyzed residue from ceremonial vessels found in Karnak's restricted chambers and identified compounds that shouldn't exist in ancient Egypt, traces of a psychoactive alkaloid that modern science has only recently isolated from deep-sea organisms. The ritual's purpose appears connected to what the papyri describe as communion with the dwellers beyond the horizon of Ra. Participants would enter altered states of consciousness and claim to receive visions of future events, particularly relating to the pharaoh's reign and Egypt's destiny. But these weren't court astrologers performing divination for political gain. The ceremony participants held no official titles, owned no property, and left no records of their existence outside these hidden texts. Even more intriguing is what happened to those who participated. Cross-referencing the few names mentioned in the papyri with other historical records reveals a disturbing pattern. Nearly all participants died within months of their involvement in the ceremony, often under circumstances that official records describe only as sudden illness that defied the physician's understanding. The exception were those designated as keepers of the deep knowledge, individuals who seemed to have survived multiple ceremonies and lived remarkably long lives by ancient standards. Dr. Hassan's team discovered that Karnak's secret chambers align with astronomical phenomena that occur on irregular cycles. The room's construction incorporated precise measurements that create acoustic effects during specific celestial events, chambers that remain silent most nights but produce haunting resonances when certain stars reach particular positions. During a new moon in October 2006, Hassan's team recorded these chambers generating low-frequency vibrations that match the brainwave patterns associated with deep meditative states. The implications reach beyond simple religious mystery. Chemical analysis of pigments used in the hidden chambers wall paintings revealed manufacturing techniques that shouldn't appear in Egyptian art until centuries later. The blue pigment, in particular, required heating processes that demand more advanced furnace technology than archaeologists believed ancient Egyptians possessed. Either our understanding of their technical capabilities is incomplete, or the knowledge came from elsewhere. Contemporary accounts from Greek and Roman visitors to Karnak mention hearing unexplained sounds from areas of the temple that priests claimed were empty. Herodotus wrote of voices that spoke in languages older than Egyptian itself, emanating from chambers that contained no living beings. Plutarch described priests who spoke of the watchers in the deep places and their role in maintaining cosmic balance, but these references were dismissed by later scholars as metaphorical language. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have revealed that Karnak's secret spaces extend far deeper than previously known. Beneath the mapped chambers lies a network of tunnels and rooms that may predate the temple's official construction by centuries. Some passages lead to natural caves beneath the Nile's eastern bank, caves that show signs of human modification and contain hieroglyphic inscriptions in styles that don't match any known Egyptian dynasty. The most unsettling discovery came in 2019, when thermal imaging revealed that certain areas of Karnak's deepest levels maintain temperatures significantly warmer than surrounding spaces, despite having no apparent heat source. The temperature differential follows patterns that match the star alignments described in the secret ritual texts, as though the Earth itself responds to the same celestial forces that guided the ancient ceremonies. Perhaps the greatest mystery isn't what these secret ceremonies accomplished, but why they stopped. The papyrus fragments suggest the rituals continued through the Ptolemaic period, but all evidence ceases abruptly around 47 BCE, the same year Julius Caesar's forces set fire to parts of Alexandria. Whether the cessation resulted from political upheaval or something more fundamental remains unclear. The spaces still exist, the astronomical alignments continue, yet the knowledge of how to properly conduct these ancient rites appears lost forever. Walking through Karnak today, you might notice areas cordoned off for restoration that never seem to progress. Some of those barriers protect chambers that hold secrets we're only beginning to glimpse, spaces where ancient Egyptians touched something profound and potentially dangerous enough to hide from their own people. The haunting of the pyramid texts. When archaeologists first translated the hieroglyphs carved into the inner chambers of Pharaoh Unas's pyramid in 1881, they couldn't have anticipated what they were unleashing into the world. These weren't ordinary royal inscriptions celebrating military victories or divine genealogies. These were something far more ancient, far more unsettling, incantations that predated Christianity by millennia, spells designed to guide the dead through realms we can barely comprehend. The pyramid texts represent humanity's oldest known religious literature, carved into stone around 2400 BCE, yet their origins stretch back even further into Egypt's prehistoric darkness. What disturbs scholars isn't just their age, it's the unsettling consistency of supernatural events that seem to follow in their wake. Dr. Margaret Hayes spent 37 years studying these texts at the University of Cairo. In 1998, she began documenting what she called textual resonance phenomena, unexplained occurrences that coincided with intensive study of specific passages. Her research notes, obtained through academic channels, describe temperature drops of 15 degrees in sealed chambers, electromagnetic anomalies that disabled recording equipment, and audio disturbances that defied conventional explanation. The texts themselves speak with an authority that transcends mere religious doctrine. They describe the pharaoh's journey through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, mapping territories that exist nowhere in our physical reality. Yet the precision of these descriptions suggests something more than metaphorical storytelling. The ancient scribes write as if they're documenting actual geography, providing turn-by-turn directions through landscapes of shadow and starlight. Consider Utterance 273, which describes the lake of fire that souls must cross to reach the field of reeds. The hieroglyphs specify exact measurements, describe the temperature of the water, even detail the species of otherworldly creatures that inhabit its depths. This isn't poetic language, it reads like a surveyor's report from another dimension. The mechanics of these spells reveal sophisticated understanding of consciousness and reality manipulation. Utterance 432 contains what modern physicists recognize as descriptions of quantum entanglement, the pharaoh's spiritual body existing simultaneously in multiple locations across cosmic space. The mathematical relationships embedded within the syllable counts and repetition patterns align with frequencies that modern sound therapy uses to alter brainwave states. But the most unsettling aspect of the pyramid texts isn't their content, it's their apparent effectiveness. In 2003, a team of acoustic engineers led by Dr. James Morrison conducted resonance testing within the Pyramid of Pepi I, whose chamber walls contain over 4,000 individual text lines. When they played back recordings of the chamber's natural harmonics, the audio captured vocalizations that weren't present during the original recording session. Spectral analysis revealed these phantom voices speaking phonetic reconstructions of Middle Egyptian, a dead language that none of the research team had studied. The audio anomalies intensified when researchers attempted to recite specific utterances aloud within the chambers. Dr. Sarah Kellerman's 2007 expedition to the Pyramid of Teti documented 17 separate incidents of equipment failure, all occurring during attempted recitations of Utterance 519, a particularly complex spell designed to open the ways of the sky. Her final recording, made just before the expedition's premature departure, captures her voice growing increasingly distressed as she describes shadows moving against the light patterns cast by their LED arrays. Translation challenges add another layer of mystery to these ancient incantations. The hieroglyphic system used in the pyramid texts predates the standardized writing conventions of later Egyptian periods. Many symbols appear only within these funerary chambers, their meanings lost to history. Dr. Andreas Müller's comparative linguistic analysis suggests these unique glyphs might represent concepts that simply don't exist within our modern understanding of reality. The implications become even more profound when we consider the precision required to carve these texts. The hieroglyphs weren't painted or etched, they were carved directly into solid granite and limestone blocks, some containing over 200 individual symbols per square meter. The accuracy of this work, performed by candlelight in confined spaces, suggests the scribes possessed enhanced perception capabilities during the inscription process. Modern attempts to recreate this level of precision using period-appropriate tools have failed consistently. The carved letters maintain uniform depth and spacing across thousands of square feet of chamber walls. Computer analysis reveals mathematical relationships between symbol placement and the pyramid's internal geometry. The texts aren't just inscribed on the walls, they're integrated into the structure's harmonic resonance system. Several research teams have reported temporal displacement phenomena while working extensively with the texts. Dr. Elizabeth Thornton's 2015 study at the Pyramid of Unas documented team members losing periods of time while photographing specific utterances. Her field notes describe a researcher entering a side chamber at 2:15 p.m. to document utterance 365, then emerging at 6:43 p.m. with no memory of the intervening 4.5 hours. The camera contained over 800 photographs of the same text passage, shot from impossible angles that would require the photographer to be positioned inside solid stone walls. The psychological effects of prolonged exposure to these texts deserve particular attention. Multiple researchers have reported vivid dreams featuring specific imagery from the utterances they've been studying. These dreams often contain accurate historical details that weren't known to the dreamers through their conscious research. Dr. Michael Reeves documented several cases where researchers dreamed of architectural features in Egyptian sites they'd never visited, only to have these details confirmed by subsequent archaeological discoveries. The question that haunts Egyptologists isn't whether these texts represent sophisticated spiritual technology, it's whether that technology still functions after 4,400 years of dormancy. The pyramid texts weren't intended as historical documents or religious philosophy. They were operational manuals, instruction sets for navigating post-mortem consciousness through cosmic space. Each utterance functions as both spell and map, providing the deceased pharaoh with tools and directions for a journey that transcends physical death. The texts assume these spiritual technologies work precisely as described. They were carved at enormous expense by a civilization that had actually tested these methods and found them effective enough to stake their rulers' eternal existence on their reliability. The haunting of the pyramid texts continues today, not through ghostly manifestations, but through their persistent challenge to our understanding of consciousness, reality, and the true capabilities of human awareness. These ancient incantations whisper across millennia, carrying secrets that our modern world has forgotten how to hear. The Lost Pharaoh, Akhenaten's religious revolution. When archaeologists first uncovered the ruins of Amarna in the 1880s, they found something that shouldn't have existed in ancient Egypt, a city built to worship a single god, in a civilization that had thrived on plurality for millennia. The man who ordered this impossible transformation ruled for just 17 years, yet managed to shake the foundations of one of history's most stable empires. Akhenaten didn't simply change Egypt's religion, he attempted to rewrite the very nature of divinity itself. Before his reign, Egypt's temples housed thousands of gods. Ra sailed across the sky, Osiris ruled the underworld, Isis worked her magic across the land. The pantheon was vast, ancient, and seemingly unshakable. Then, around 1353 BCE, a pharaoh ascended to the throne and declared that only one god mattered, Aten, the solar disk. The transformation wasn't gradual. Within the first few years of his rule, Akhenaten had begun dismantling temples, defacing sacred inscriptions, and redirecting Egypt's vast religious infrastructure toward his chosen deity. He moved the capital from Thebes to a virgin site in Middle Egypt, constructing an entirely new city dedicated to Aten. He called it Akhetaten, Horizon of the Aten. What drove this radical departure from tradition remains one of Egyptology's most compelling puzzles. Some scholars suggest Akhenaten experienced what we might recognize today as a profound spiritual awakening. His hymns to Aten, preserved on tomb walls at Amarna, reveal a surprisingly intimate relationship with divinity. Unlike the distant, formal prayers typical of royal inscriptions, Akhenaten's words read almost like personal conversations with his god. Others propose more practical motivations. The priests of Amun-Ra had accumulated enormous wealth and political influence by Akhenaten's time. Perhaps the young pharaoh saw monotheism as a tool to consolidate power, breaking the stranglehold of established religious authorities. The timing supports this theory. Egypt's priesthood had grown wealthy enough to rival the throne itself, yet the depth of Akhenaten's commitment suggests something beyond mere political calculation. He changed his own name from Amenhotep IV, honoring the traditional god Amun, to Akhenaten, meaning beneficial to Aten. He depicted himself and his family in unprecedented ways, showing private moments of affection and vulnerability rarely seen in royal art. These weren't the actions of a cynical manipulator, they spoke to genuine transformation. The art of Amarna offers another layer to the mystery. Akhenaten's artists abandoned Egypt's timeless conventions, creating works that seem almost modern in their naturalism and emotional expression. The pharaoh allowed himself to be shown with an elongated skull, pronounced chin, and feminine hips, features that defied every tradition of divine royal portraiture. His queen, Nefertiti, appeared not just as a consort, but as an equal partner in religious ceremonies. This artistic revolution extended to the royal children. For the first time in Egyptian history, princesses were depicted playing, embracing their parents, and participating in religious rituals. The traditional distance between ruler and subject, divine and mortal, seemed to collapse under Aten's singular light. The implications of Akhenaten's reforms reached far beyond Egypt's borders. Some scholars detect echoes of Atenism in later monotheistic traditions, though the connections remain speculative. What's certain is that Akhenaten's experiment represented one of humanity's earliest documented attempts at systematic monotheism, predating similar developments in other cultures by centuries. The resistance to these changes must have been enormous, though official records from Akhenaten's reign present a sanitized version of events. We can read between the lines in later inscriptions, which speak of Egypt falling into chaos, temples lying abandoned, and the gods themselves withdrawing their protection from the land. Letters from foreign rulers, found in Amarna's archives, hint at Egypt's declining influence during this period. The most haunting aspect of Akhenaten's story is its abrupt ending. Around his 17th year of rule, the pharaoh vanishes from historical records. His city was abandoned within decades of his death. His successors systematically erased his name from monuments, attempting to delete his entire reign from memory. The boy king Tutankhamun, possibly Akhenaten's son, restored the old gods and moved the capital back to Thebes. Yet questions persist about Akhenaten's final years. Recent archaeological evidence suggests the royal family may have fractured during the later period of his reign. Nefertiti disappears from official records around year 12, leading to speculation about palace intrigue or religious disagreements. Some theories propose she ruled independently under another name, while others suggest she fell victim to the growing opposition to Etanism. The fate of Akhenaten's mummy adds another layer to the mystery. For decades, archaeologists have debated whether remains found in tomb KV55 belong to the heretic pharaoh. Recent DNA analysis suggests the mummy is indeed related to Tutankhamun, supporting the identification, but questions remain about the circumstances of death and burial. Even more intriguing are the psychological dimensions of Akhenaten's revolution. Modern scholars have proposed various explanations for his unique appearance and behavior, from genetic conditions to temporal lobe epilepsy. Some suggest his religious visions might have been neurological in origin, though such speculation ventures far beyond available evidence. The speed with which Egypt abandoned Etanism after Akhenaten's death speaks to the profound resistance his reforms encountered. Within a generation, the old gods had reclaimed their temples, the old rituals had resumed, and Amarna lay empty beneath the desert sun. It was as if the entire experiment had been a fever dream from which the civilization finally awakened. Yet Akhenaten's legacy refused to die completely. His artistic innovations influenced Egyptian aesthetics for generations. His theological concepts, however briefly implemented, demonstrated possibilities that would emerge again in human religious development. Most significantly, his reign proved that even the most entrenched traditions could be challenged by a single determined individual. The sands of Amarna continue yielding secrets, each discovery adding new dimensions to our understanding of this extraordinary period. But the central mystery remains untouched. What transformed a conventional pharaoh into history's first monotheistic revolutionary, and why did his vision prove so ephemeral in the land that gave it birth? Perhaps the answer lies not in politics or theology, but in the eternal human struggle between innovation and tradition, between the comfort of the known and the terrible beauty of radical truth. Veiled Voices, the Tomb of Mihu. 3 weeks into excavating a seemingly ordinary burial site at Saqqara, archaeologist Ahmed Fakhri's team uncovered something that would challenge their understanding of ancient Egyptian artistic expression. The tomb they'd found didn't belong to a pharaoh or a high priest, but to a man named Mihu, a vizier from the Old Kingdom's 6th dynasty. What made this discovery extraordinary wasn't the owner's rank, but the voices that seemed to emanate from every surface of his eternal resting place. The walls of Mihu's tomb speak in ways that other burial chambers simply don't. Where most vizier tombs contain standard formulaic inscriptions and predictable scenes of agricultural life, Mihu's sanctuary pulses with an almost conversational intimacy. The hieroglyphs here don't merely record, they seem to confide. Relief carvings don't just depict, they appear to whisper secrets across millennia. Walking through the tomb's corridors today, you can feel the weight of these silent conversations. The limestone surfaces bear witness to an artistic sophistication that suggests Mihu possessed influence far beyond what historical records indicate. Every carved figure, every painted scene, every carefully positioned hieroglyph tells us that this man's story extends deeper than his official title suggests. The first voice that calls out belongs to the artists themselves. Their techniques reveal something unprecedented in tomb decoration. While contemporary burial chambers relied on teams of craftsmen working from established templates, Mihu's tomb shows evidence of individualized artistic vision. Brush strokes vary in ways that suggest personal expression rather than standardized execution. Color choices deviate from traditional palettes in subtle but consistent patterns. Dr. Melinda Hartwig from the Metropolitan Museum of Art spent months analyzing these artistic anomalies. Her findings point to something remarkable. The tomb's decorative program appears to have been supervised by a single master artist whose identity remains completely unknown. This level of creative control was typically reserved for royal burial projects, not the tombs of government officials. The second voice emerges from the biographical scenes themselves. Most vizier tombs follow predictable narrative arcs, showing the deceased overseeing granaries, receiving tribute, or participating in religious ceremonies. Mehu's walls tell a different story. Hidden among the conventional imagery are scenes that have no precedent in Egyptian burial art. We see Mehu in what appears to be a library or scriptorium, surrounded by scrolls and writing implements. We see him in deep conversation with figures whose dress suggests foreign origin. These unconventional scenes raise profound questions about Mehu's actual role in society. Hieroglyphic captions identify him as Vizier of the South and Keeper of the Royal Seal, but the visual evidence suggests responsibilities that extended far beyond administrative duties. The library scene, in particular, has sparked intense debate among Egyptologists. Libraries, as we understand them, didn't exist in Old Kingdom Egypt. Knowledge was stored in temple archives or royal scriptoriums, not personal collections. The third voice speaks through the tomb's architectural choices. Mehu's burial chamber incorporates design elements that wouldn't become standard in Egyptian tomb construction for another 3 centuries. The ceiling features astronomical motifs that predate similar decorations in royal tombs. The layout includes chambers whose purpose remains entirely unclear. Spaces that don't fit any known categories in Egyptian burial architecture. French architect and Egyptologist Jean-Philippe Lauer documented these architectural anomalies in the 1970s, noting that Mehu's tomb seemed to anticipate developments in burial design that shouldn't have occurred until the Middle Kingdom. The implications are staggering. Either Mehu possessed knowledge of architectural innovations that wouldn't be invented for generations, or our understanding of Egyptian architectural evolution needs fundamental revision. The most compelling voice, however, emerges from the texts themselves. The hieroglyphic inscriptions in Mehu's tomb include phrases and formulations that appear nowhere else in contemporary burial literature. These aren't simple variations on standard funerary texts, but entirely unique compositions that suggest access to religious or philosophical traditions outside mainstream Egyptian priesthood. One inscription in particular has captivated scholars for decades. Carved above the entrance to Mehu's sarcophagus chamber, it reads, "I have walked in the shadow of the great light, and the words of the far lands have filled my ears." This poetic language stands in stark contrast to the formulaic statements typically found in vizier tombs. More intriguingly, the phrase "words of the far lands" suggests contact with foreign cultures in ways that official historical records don't support. Dr. Joanne Fletcher's analysis of these unique texts reveals linguistic influences that seem to originate from regions far beyond Egypt's traditional sphere of contact. Certain grammatical structures echo Mesopotamian literary traditions. Other phrases show possible connections to early Indo-European language families. The implications are profound. Either Mehu had access to international cultural exchanges that mainstream Egyptian society lacked, or Egypt's connections to the wider ancient world were far more extensive than we've previously understood. The mystery deepens when we consider what the tomb doesn't contain. Despite its artistic sophistication and architectural innovations, Mehu's burial chamber held remarkably few grave goods. This absence is particularly puzzling, given the obvious investment in the tomb's construction and decoration. Most viziers of comparable rank were buried with extensive collections of jewelry, furniture, and ceremonial objects. Mehu's tomb contained only a few ceramic vessels and some fragmentary texts. This scarcity suggests either that the tomb was robbed in antiquity, or that Mehu's burial practices followed traditions fundamentally different from his contemporaries. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have found no evidence of hidden chambers or concealed treasures. The emptiness appears to have been intentional. Even today, as conservation efforts work to preserve Mehu's extraordinary tomb, new voices continue to emerge from its walls. Advanced photographic techniques reveal previously invisible details in the painted scenes. Careful cleaning exposes hieroglyphic texts that had been obscured by centuries of dust and mineral deposits. Each discovery adds another layer to the mystery of who Mehu really was, and why his tomb speaks in ways that others remain forever silent. The walls of Mehu's tomb hold conversations we're only beginning to understand, whispers from a civilization that may have been far more complex and internationally connected than we ever realized. Mysteries of the Nubian Pharaohs. When archaeologists working along the Nile in 1916 uncovered a collection of burial inscriptions near Kerma, they expected to find the usual Egyptian hieroglyphic tributes to local governors or minor officials. Instead, they discovered something that would quietly revolutionize our understanding of who actually ruled ancient Egypt during one of its most pivotal periods. These weren't Egyptian rulers at all. They were Nubian kings who had claimed the pharaoh's crown and governed the entire Nile Valley for nearly a century. The story begins in the windswept region of Kush, in what we now call Sudan, where a civilization had been quietly growing in power and sophistication for over 1,000 years. While most of us learned about Egyptian pharaohs in school, few ever heard about the 25th dynasty, the period when black African kings from Nubia ruled both Egypt and their own vast southern territories, creating the largest empire the Nile had ever seen. King Piye was the first to make this audacious move northward. Around 747 BCE, he didn't simply invade Egypt, he claimed it as his birthright. The fascinating part lies in his reasoning. Piye argued that Egypt had strayed from its ancient traditions, that the northern rulers had abandoned the proper worship of Amun-Ra, and that only he could restore the kingdom to its former glory. In essence, a foreign king invaded Egypt by claiming to be more Egyptian than the Egyptians themselves. The evidence for Piye's conquest comes primarily from a massive granite slab known as the Victory Stela, discovered at the Temple of Amun in Jebel Barkal. The inscription reads like a divine mandate, describing how the god Amun personally commanded Piye to march north and reclaim Egypt from rulers who had grown corrupt and weak. What makes this particularly intriguing is how Piye presented himself not as a conqueror, but as a liberator, restoring Egypt to its rightful path. But here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. When Piye finally conquered Memphis and brought the Egyptian rulers to their knees, he did something almost unprecedented in ancient warfare. He went home. After achieving total victory, after receiving tribute from every corner of Egypt, he simply returned to his capital at Napata and ruled Egypt from a distance. Modern historians still debate why he made this choice, but it suggests a level of confidence and administrative sophistication that challenges many assumptions about ancient African civilizations. His successor, Shabaka, took a different approach. He relocated to Egypt permanently and launched what scholars now recognize as one of the most intensive cultural revival programs in Egyptian history. Shabaka's scribes sought out ancient texts that had been neglected or forgotten, copying them onto new papyri and temple walls. The famous Shabaka stone, now in the British Museum, preserves a creation myth that would have otherwise been lost to history. These Nubian pharaohs, in other words, became the guardians of Egyptian tradition more zealously than native Egyptians had been for generations. The architectural legacy they left behind defies easy categorization. At Nuri, the royal cemetery these pharaohs built for themselves, we find pyramids that are simultaneously utterly Egyptian and distinctly Nubian. They're smaller than the Great Pyramids at Giza, but built with a steeper angle that creates an almost ethereal silhouette against the desert sky. The burial chambers contain a mixture of Egyptian religious texts and Nubian grave goods that speaks to a sophisticated cultural synthesis we're still working to understand. Taharqa, perhaps the most powerful of these Nubian pharaohs, ruled an empire that stretched from the Mediterranean to the confluence of the Blue and White Niles. His reign coincided with the rise of Assyrian power in Mesopotamia, and the two empires clashed repeatedly over control of Palestine and Syria. Cuneiform tablets from Nineveh actually mention Taharqa by name, calling him King of Egypt and Kush, one of the few times we have independent verification of these rulers' power from their contemporary rivals. But what makes Taharqa's story particularly compelling is how it intersects with biblical history. The second book of Kings mentions an Ethiopian king who came to Jerusalem's aid against a Syrian siege. almost certainly a reference to Taharka's military campaigns in the Levant. This means that Nubian pharaohs were not just ruling Egypt, they were actively shaping the political landscape of the entire Eastern Mediterranean. The mystery deepens when we examine how these rulers saw themselves culturally. Inscriptions from their reigns suggest they believed they were more legitimate than their Egyptian predecessors precisely because they came from the south. Kuj had been Egypt's source of gold, ivory, and exotic animals for millennia. In Egyptian religious thinking, the south was associated with purity and proximity to the sources of the Nile, and therefore the sources of life itself. Recent archaeological work at Danjil, about 350 kilometers north of Khartoum, has uncovered a temple complex that reveals just how sophisticated Nubian royal administration had become. The site contains workshops for producing fine pottery, metalwork, and textiles that rival anything found in contemporary Egypt. Carbon dating suggests this complex was operating at full capacity during the 25th dynasty, supporting the idea that these pharaohs were drawing on deep reserves of Nubian wealth and expertise. The end of Nubian rule over Egypt came not through internal rebellion, but from external pressure. Assyrian armies finally succeeded in driving them back south around 656 BCE, yet even after losing Egypt, these rulers continued to style themselves as pharaohs and maintained Egyptian religious practices for another 1,000 years in their southern kingdoms. What we're left with is a historical puzzle that challenges fundamental assumptions about ancient Africa, about Egyptian civilization, and about how cultural identity worked in the ancient world. These Nubian pharaohs created something unprecedented, a genuinely African empire that preserved and extended Egyptian traditions while maintaining their own cultural distinctiveness. They ruled not as foreign occupiers, but as legitimate pharaohs who happened to come from the south. The sand continues to yield their secrets slowly, each archaeological season bringing new evidence of their sophisticated statecraft and cultural achievement. The puzzle of the Red Pyramid. When archaeologists first measured the internal chambers of the Red Pyramid in 1839, they discovered something that shouldn't exist according to everything we understand about ancient construction techniques. The precision of the angles, the mathematical relationships between the chambers, and the acoustic properties of the interior spaces suggest a level of engineering sophistication that predates our timeline for such knowledge by thousands of years. Standing in the desert at Dahshur, 40 kilometers south of Cairo, the Red Pyramid appears deceptively simple. Its smooth limestone surfaces catch the light at dawn, glowing like burnished copper against the sand. Built during the reign of Sneferu, around 2600 BCE, it represents something extraordinary in human achievement. This wasn't just another monument to pharaonic power. This was the moment ancient Egyptian architects perfected the true pyramid form, solving structural problems that had plagued their predecessors. Yet the deeper we examine this achievement, the more questions emerge about what the ancient Egyptians actually understood about mathematics, astronomy, and physics. The Red Pyramid doesn't just demonstrate advanced knowledge, it suggests the existence of a comprehensive scientific framework that history claims didn't develop until millennia later. Dr. Mark Lehner, one of the world's leading pyramid researchers, spent decades studying the construction techniques at Dahshur. His measurements reveal that the pyramid's base angles are set at precisely 43 degrees and 36 minutes. This isn't approximation. This level of precision, maintained across a structure containing over 1.6 million tons of stone, requires mathematical understanding that supposedly emerged much later in human civilization. The internal architecture presents even deeper mysteries. 3 chambers exist within the pyramid, connected by passages that demonstrate an understanding of structural load distribution that wouldn't be codified in engineering until the modern era. The corbelled ceilings, rising nearly 15 meters high, distribute the crushing weight of millions of limestone blocks through principles that Renaissance architects struggled to master. But the acoustic properties of these chambers reveal the most intriguing evidence of advanced knowledge. Sound behaves strangely inside the Red Pyramid. Whispers carry clearly from one chamber to another, through passages that twist and turn through the pyramid's interior. Specific frequencies resonate within the chambers, creating harmonic relationships that suggest intentional acoustic design. In 1992, acoustics engineer John Stuart Reid conducted extensive sound analysis within the pyramid. His equipment detected resonant frequencies that correspond to mathematical ratios found in musical harmony. The chambers weren't just structurally sound, they were acoustically tuned. Reid's findings suggest that the ancient architects understood not just that sound waves could be manipulated, but precisely how different chamber shapes and sizes would affect specific frequencies. This knowledge implies a sophisticated understanding of wave mechanics that conventional history places thousands of years in the future. The construction process itself defies simple explanation. Recent analysis of the limestone blocks reveals that many were cut with tolerances of less than a millimeter. The joints between blocks are so precise that a knife blade cannot fit between them. This level of accuracy, maintained across millions of individual stones, suggests manufacturing capabilities that historians struggle to reconcile with Bronze Age technology. Geologist Robert Schoch examined the quarry marks on individual blocks and found evidence of cutting techniques that produce surfaces smoother than what standard copper tools should achieve. The limestone faces show parallel grooves that indicate the use of some kind of advanced cutting apparatus, but no such tools have ever been discovered in the archaeological record. The pyramid's orientation adds another layer to the mystery. The structure aligns with cardinal directions to within 3 minutes and 6 seconds of arc. This precision requires not just advanced surveying techniques, but a comprehensive understanding of celestial mechanics and the Earth's rotation. The ancient Egyptians would have needed to account for stellar precession, seasonal variations, and atmospheric refraction effects. Astronomer Anthony Farrell calculated that achieving this level of precision would require observational techniques and mathematical calculations equivalent to what European astronomers developed in the Renaissance. The instruments necessary for such measurements haven't been found in any Egyptian archaeological context. Inside the pyramid, the passage systems reveal another aspect of advanced planning. The descending corridor maintains a precise angle that provides a clear view of specific stars at particular times of year. But these aren't just random stellar observations. The targeted stars correspond to particular deities in Egyptian mythology, suggesting that the pyramid's internal architecture was designed to create specific astronomical alignments at specific times. The pyramid's ventilation system demonstrates yet another level of sophisticated engineering. Air shafts, precisely angled and positioned, create natural airflow that maintains consistent temperature and humidity throughout the interior chambers. Modern engineering analysis shows that the airflow patterns were calculated to prevent the accumulation of carbon dioxide and to preserve optimal conditions for whatever activities took place within. These aren't accidental features. The mathematical precision required to design effective ventilation through such a massive structure requires understanding of fluid dynamics principles that weren't formally described until centuries later. Perhaps most puzzling of all, the Red Pyramid appears to have been built without the trial and error process that typically accompanies major technological advances, while Sneferu's earlier projects, the Bent Pyramid and the Pyramid at Meidum, show clear signs of structural problems and design modifications during construction. The Red Pyramid was built as if the architects already possessed complete knowledge of pyramid engineering principles. This suggests that somewhere in the archaeological record, there should be evidence of the gradual development of these techniques, but that evidence doesn't exist. The advanced engineering knowledge demonstrated in the Red Pyramid appears fully formed, as if the ancient Egyptians had access to information from sources that remain hidden from us. Standing within the Red Pyramid's chambers today, visitors often report unusual sensations. The acoustic properties create an otherworldly atmosphere, where normal sounds take on ethereal qualities. The precise geometry creates visual effects that can be disorienting, as if the space itself was designed to alter human perception. The Red Pyramid represents more than architectural achievement. It stands as evidence that our understanding of ancient capabilities remains incomplete, and that buried within Egypt's desert sands are secrets about human knowledge that continue to elude our modern comprehension. The stories embedded in Shabti figurines. In the shadow of a limestone cliff near Saqqara, archaeologist Margaret Hayes brushed sand from what appeared to be an unremarkable ceramic fragment. The year was 1987, and she had no idea she was holding evidence of a communication system that spanned 3,000 years. What looked like a simple crack in the figurine's base revealed itself under magnification to be deliberately incised hieroglyphs, a message never meant for the living to read. The Shabti figurine is perhaps ancient Egypt's most intimate mystery. These small servant figures, ranging from crude clay forms to exquisitely carved masterpieces, were placed in tombs to perform labor in the afterlife. The official story is straightforward: magical servants for the deceased, animated by specific spells to work the fields of the eternal realm. But Hayes's discovery, and dozens of similar findings since, suggest something far more complex was happening in those dark burial chambers. Consider the mathematics alone. In Amenhotep II's tomb, archaeologists counted over 400 Shabtis. Seti I was buried with nearly 700. The tomb of Taharqa, a Nubian pharaoh, contained more than 1,000 of these figurines. If their sole purpose was agricultural labor in the afterlife, why did some carry scribal palettes while others held astronomical instruments? Why were certain Shabtis crafted with removable components, hidden compartments, or bodies that could be disassembled and reconstructed in different configurations? Dr. Amelia Rothschild of the British Museum spent 15 years cataloging the personal inscriptions found on Shabtis from the Third Intermediate period. What she discovered challenges our understanding of ancient Egyptian burial practices entirely. Nearly 30% of the figurines contained text that had nothing to do with afterlife service. Instead, she found what appeared to be personal messages, family records, and in some cases, detailed accounts of political disputes that never made it into official historical records. One Shabti from the tomb of a minor priest in Thebes contains a complete genealogical record spanning 6 generations, including the names of family members who had been systematically erased from official monuments. Another, discovered in a hastily constructed burial chamber, carries an encrypted message that, when decoded, reveals the location of assets hidden during a period of civil war. The figurine had been deliberately damaged and repaired, suggesting someone needed to access and modify the information it contained after the initial burial. The workshop evidence is equally puzzling. In 1994, excavations near Memphis uncovered what appeared to be a specialized Shabti production facility unlike any previously discovered. The site contained partially completed figurines with hollow chambers precisely measured to accommodate small papyrus scrolls. Chemical analysis of residue found in these chambers revealed traces of cedar oil and frankincense, preservation techniques typically reserved for the most important documents, not servant figurines for minor officials. More intriguing still are the Shabtis that appear to have been modified after placement in tombs. Advanced imaging techniques have revealed that certain figurines were carefully extracted from their burial contexts, altered, and then returned to their original positions. The disturbance patterns in the surrounding sand suggest these modifications occurred decades, sometimes centuries, after the initial burial. Someone was maintaining these ceramic messengers long after their owners had died. The regional variations tell their own story. Northern Egyptian Shabtis from the late period frequently contain astronomical data that doesn't correspond to any known calendar system. Southern examples often include geographical information, measurements, distances, and landmarks that seem to describe locations in regions where the deceased never traveled. Cross-referencing these geographical references has led researchers to previously unknown archaeological sites, suggesting the Shabtis were functioning as a kind of cultural memory bank, preserving knowledge that couldn't safely be recorded elsewhere. Perhaps most mysteriously, some Shabtis appear to have been designed as components of larger information systems. In 2008, researchers at the Metropolitan Museum of Art noticed that certain figurines from different tombs, different time periods, and different regions contained text that, when combined, formed coherent narratives. The individual pieces were meaningless alone, but together they told stories of archaeological significance, accounts of lost expeditions, records of diplomatic missions, and detailed descriptions of religious ceremonies that were apparently too sensitive to document through conventional means. The technical sophistication required for some of these information storage systems rivals anything achieved in the ancient world. Microscopic analysis has revealed that certain Shabtis contain multiple layers of text, applied with different materials at different times, Some figurines function as three-dimensional puzzles, with meaningful content accessible only when the pieces are arranged in specific sequences. Others contain text written in multiple scripts and languages, suggesting they were intended for audiences far beyond their original cultural context. Recent discoveries have added new dimensions to the mystery. A cache of Shaptis found in 2019 near Aswan contains detailed technical specifications for architectural projects that were never completed, including engineering solutions for problems that wouldn't be encountered until centuries later. Another group, discovered in a previously unknown burial chamber, appears to document trade relationships with civilizations that mainstream archaeology insists had no contact with ancient Egypt. The conservation challenges alone hint at the figurine's unusual nature. Traditional Shapti materials, clay, wood, stone, have proven remarkably resistant to standard preservation techniques when they contain hidden text. Several museums have reported that certain figurines continue to reveal new information years after initial examination, as if the ceramic material itself was designed to release its secrets gradually over time. What emerges from decades of careful study is the possibility that Shaptis served as more than afterlife servants, or even information storage devices. They may have been components of a communication network that allowed ancient Egyptians to transmit sensitive information across generations, preserving knowledge through political upheavals, foreign invasions, and cultural transformations that would have destroyed more conventional records. Tonight, as we consider these small ceramic figures resting in museum cases around the world, we might wonder what stories they still guard, what messages, encoded in clay and hidden in darkness for millennia, are waiting to reshape our understanding of ancient Egypt. The Shaptis keep their secrets well, but each new discovery suggests we've only begun to decipher the true scope of their silent testimony. The ghost towns of the Nubian desert. The desert keeps its secrets buried beneath centuries of sand, but sometimes the wind reveals what time tried to hide. In 1963, a geological survey team mapping mineral deposits along the Nubian desert stumbled upon something that shouldn't have been there: the perfectly preserved outline of an entire settlement, its mud brick foundations emerging from a sandstone ridge like the bones of some ancient creature. Dr. Hassan al-Rashid, the team's archaeological consultant, would later describe that moment as stepping into a photograph that had been developing for 1,000 years. The settlement stretched across nearly 2 acres, its streets still visible, storage chambers intact, even the circular depressions where cooking fires once burned clearly defined in the hardened earth. Yet not a single artifact suggested why its inhabitants had abandoned it. This wasn't an isolated discovery. Across the Nubian desert, from the Second Cataract south to the borders of Sudan, satellite imagery has revealed the ghostly outlines of dozens of abandoned settlements. Some appear to have housed hundreds of families. Others show evidence of sophisticated irrigation systems that would have supported thriving agricultural communities. All of them share one disturbing characteristic: they were abandoned quickly, completely, and apparently without warning. The timeline of these abandonments presents a puzzle that has consumed archaeologists for decades. Carbon dating of organic materials found in the settlements suggests they were evacuated over a period spanning roughly 3 centuries, from approximately 800 to 1100 CE. This corresponds with the gradual shift of Nubian political power northward, as the kingdom of Makuria consolidated control along the Nile. Yet the pattern of abandonment doesn't align with typical military conquest or political upheaval. In conquered settlements, archaeologists typically find evidence of destruction: burned structures, hastily buried valuables, signs of conflict. These Nubian ghost towns show none of these markers. Instead, they reveal something far more unsettling. Cooking pots remain in their hearths, grinding stones sit where they were last used, even children's toys have been found exactly where they were dropped. The inhabitants didn't flee in panic or under siege, they simply left. Dr. Amira Soliman from Cairo University has spent 15 years documenting these abandoned settlements. Her team's findings suggest that whatever drove these communities away happened gradually enough for organized departure, yet urgently enough that they left behind items of obvious value. In settlement after settlement, her team has discovered stores of grain carefully sealed in ceramic jars, tools arranged as if their owners expected to return, even livestock pens with gates left open as if animals were deliberately released. The environmental evidence adds another layer to the mystery. Soil analysis reveals that many of these settlements were abandoned during periods of adequate rainfall and favorable growing conditions. Core samples from nearby geological formations show no evidence of drought, flood, or other natural disasters that might have forced mass migration. If anything, the climate data suggests these communities were abandoned during some of the most hospitable decades the region had experienced in centuries. One of the most intriguing discoveries came in 1987, when a team from the University of Khartoum uncovered what appeared to be a message left behind by the final inhabitants of a settlement near Wadi Halfa. Carved into the limestone wall of what may have been a community gathering place, the inscription reads simply, "The shadows grow long in the midday sun. We go where our ancestors call us." Below this, in the same hand, someone had carved a series of symbols that don't correspond to any known Nubian script. The reference to shadows has puzzled linguists and astronomers alike. Dr. James Morrison, an archaeoastronomer from Oxford, has proposed that the inscription might refer to an astronomical phenomenon, perhaps an eclipse or celestial event, that held religious significance for these communities. Yet astronomical records from the period show no unusual solar activity over Nubia during the centuries when these settlements were abandoned. More troubling are the similarities between these Nubian ghost towns and abandoned settlements found in other parts of Africa from the same period. In the highlands of Ethiopia, archaeologists have documented villages that appear to have been evacuated under similar circumstances, quickly but not in panic, completely but not by force. In the Sahel region of Mali, French researchers have identified settlement patterns that suggest entire communities migrated southward during the same centuries, leaving behind infrastructure that could have supported them for generations. The pattern suggests something larger than local political upheaval or environmental change. Dr. Solomon's research has identified what she calls corridors of abandonment, geographic pathways along which multiple settlements were evacuated in sequence, as if some influence was moving across the landscape, causing communities to flee before its approach. Trade records from medieval Arab merchants who traveled these routes provide tantalizing but vague references to the abandoned settlements. One 12th century account describes traveling for days through villages that sleep but do not dream, where wells remained clean and buildings stood intact, but no smoke rose from any hearth. The merchant noted that his guides refused to camp within the boundaries of these settlements, insisting they make camp in the open desert instead. Modern attempts to understand these abandonments have been hampered by political instability in the region and the sheer remoteness of many sites. Several settlements identified through satellite imagery remain inaccessible to archaeological teams. Others have been partially destroyed by mining operations or infrastructure development. The desert itself continues to shift and change, burying some sites while exposing others in an endless cycle of revelation and concealment. In 2019, ground-penetrating radar surveys of 3 settlements revealed architectural features that don't appear in any known Nubian construction traditions. Underground chambers arranged in patterns that serve no obvious practical purpose, connected by tunnels that extend far beyond the visible boundaries of the settlements. These subterranean networks appear to have been sealed deliberately before the abandonments, filled with sand and rubble as if to prevent access from below. The ghost towns of the Nubian desert remain as enigmatic today as they were when that geological survey team first discovered them 60 years ago. These communities thrived in one of Earth's harshest environments, developed sophisticated systems for survival and prosperity, then vanished as if responding to some signal we can no longer hear. Whatever drove them from their homes left no trace in the archaeological record, no explanation in the historical sources, no answer to the question that haunts every abandoned hearth: what could be frightening enough to make an entire civilization walk away from everything they had built? Unveiling Djedefre's Pyramid. When archaeologists first surveyed the barren plateau of Abu Rawash in 1901, they encountered something that challenged everything they thought they knew about pyramid construction. 8 kilometers north of the Great Pyramid of Giza, scattered across the desert floor, lay the remnants of what should have been one of Egypt's most magnificent monuments. Yet Pharaoh Djedefre's pyramid existed only as rubble and shadows, its once towering form reduced to little more than a foundation and the whispered memory of vanished glory. The mystery isn't simply that this pyramid fell into ruin. The mystery is how completely it disappeared, and why the son of Khufu, builder of the Great Pyramid, chose to abandon the sacred plateau of Giza entirely. For nearly a century, Egyptologists assumed they were looking at the remains of an unfinished monument, evidence of a pharaoh who lacked his father's vision or resources. But recent excavations have revealed something far more troubling. This pyramid was completed, and it was magnificent. Djedefre ruled Egypt for only 8 years, from approximately 2566 to 2558 BCE. Yet the evidence suggests his pyramid once stood taller than any monument at Giza. The elevated position of Abu Rawash would have placed its peak higher than even his father's Great Pyramid, making it visible from Memphis, 30 kilometers to the south. Ancient texts refer to it as Djedefre is a Sehadu star, suggesting it was designed not merely as a tomb, but as a celestial beacon connecting Earth to the heavens. French archaeologist Émile Chassenat documented the destruction he witnessed in the early 1900s, describing quarrymen systematically dismantling the pyramid's remaining blocks. Local workers told him they had been harvesting stone from the site for generations, using the precisely cut limestone to build mosques and houses throughout Cairo. But the scale of missing material defied explanation through casual quarrying. Conservative estimates suggest over 2 million cubic meters of stone had vanished, enough to build several large pyramids. Michel Valogia's excavations beginning in 1995 transformed our understanding of what once stood here. His team uncovered fragments of red granite sarcophagi, pieces of quartzite statuary, and remnants of a mortuary temple that rivaled any at Giza in sophistication. Most significantly, they discovered evidence of a complex infrastructure, harbors for transporting materials, workers' villages, and administrative buildings that spoke to a construction project of immense scope and ambition. The statuary fragments tell their own story of deliberate destruction. Valogia's team recovered hundreds of pieces from what were once magnificent statues of Djedefre, many showing clear signs of intentional defacement. The faces had been systematically chiseled away, cartouches scraped clean, and bodies broken with what appears to be methodical precision. This wasn't the random vandalism of treasure hunters, but something far more purposeful, a coordinated attempt to erase Djedefre from memory. Ancient Egyptian texts provide conflicting accounts of Djedefre's reign and character. Some suggest he was a legitimate heir who ruled with divine sanction. Others hint at family conflict, positioning him as a usurper who seized power from his brother Khafre through political maneuvering or worse. The Turin King list, compiled during the reign of Ramesses II, conspicuously omits Djedefre entirely, as if his 8-year reign never occurred. Yet other sources credit him with important innovations in royal theology, particularly the adoption of Son of Ra as a standard pharaonic title. The choice of Abu Rawash itself presents another puzzle. Why would a pharaoh abandon the established royal necropolis at Giza, where his father's pyramid dominated the horizon? Some scholars suggest practical considerations. The limestone at Abu Rawash was of superior quality, the elevated position more dramatic, the north-south orientation more astronomically significant. Others propose more complex motivations, rooted in religious innovation or political necessity. Recent geological surveys have revealed anomalies beneath the rubble that suggest the destruction of Djedefre's pyramid may have left substantial underground chambers intact. Ground-penetrating radar indicates void spaces consistent with burial chambers, storage rooms, and possibly undisturbed passages leading deep into the bedrock. French and Egyptian teams have identified at least 3 major anomalies that warrant investigation, but political complications and funding limitations have prevented comprehensive exploration. The boat pits discovered around Djedefre's pyramid add another layer to the mystery. Unlike the famous solar barks found near the Great Pyramid, these pits contained no boats at all, only carefully shaped depressions that seemed designed to hold vessels that were never placed or were subsequently removed. Ancient texts describe the pharaoh's journey through the underworld as requiring proper boats for navigation of celestial waters. The empty pits at Abu Rawash raise uncomfortable questions about whether Djedefre's burial was completed according to proper ritual, or whether something interrupted the process. The systematic nature of the pyramid's dismantling becomes even more intriguing when considered alongside evidence from other sites during the late period and Ptolemaic era, when many ancient monuments were being repurposed. Most pyramid destruction followed patterns of convenience: outer casings removed, accessible chambers looted, but core structures left largely intact. The complete obliteration of Djedefre's pyramid suggests either an unusually valuable source of finished stone or deliberate erasure motivated by factors beyond mere practicality. Modern analysis of the remaining foundation blocks reveals construction techniques that were remarkably advanced, even by Old Kingdom standards. The precision of the joints, the integration of the bedrock with the built structure, and the sophisticated drainage systems all point to engineering knowledge that equals or exceeds that demonstrated at Giza. This wasn't a hasty or inferior construction project, but a monument designed to last millennia. What lies beneath the remaining rubble at Abu Rawash may hold answers to questions that have puzzled Egyptologists for over a century. The intact underground chambers, if they exist, could preserve evidence of burial goods, religious texts, or architectural innovations that would revolutionize our understanding of 4th Dynasty Egypt. More immediately, they might explain why Djedefre chose to build in isolation, why his pyramid was so thoroughly destroyed, and whether the erasure of his memory was justified by his actions or motivated by the political needs of his successors. The winds that sweep across Abu Rawash today carry the same sand that has been burying and revealing secrets for 5 millennia. Somewhere beneath that sand, in chambers that have remained sealed since the age of the pyramid builders, wait the answers to one of Egypt's most compelling architectural mysteries. The elusive Tears of Ra. 3 separate Egyptian papyri, written centuries apart, describe identical gemstones that defied the natural order. Stones that caught sunlight and held it prisoner. Stones that allegedly wept liquid fire when the god Ra traversed the underworld each night. The ancient Egyptians called them the Tears of Ra, and by all historical accounts, they vanished without explanation sometime during the collapse of the New Kingdom. What makes these references particularly compelling is their consistency across different dynasties, different scribes, different purposes. A funerary text from the reign of Ramesses II mentions them as guardians of the pharaoh's passage to the afterlife. A temple inventory from Karnak lists them among sacred objects requiring special handling by purified priests. A private letter, discovered in a nobleman's tomb near Saqqara, describes their otherworldly glow in terms that read less like religious metaphor and more like eyewitness testimony. The nobleman, a court official named Katie, wrote to his brother about attending a ceremony where the tears were displayed. His words, translated from hieratic script, carry an urgency that transcends typical religious reverence. "I tell you, brother, these are not stones as we know stones. They hold the light of day and release it slowly, like embers cooling in darkness. The priests say they are formed from Ra's sorrow for humanity's suffering, but I have seen stones from every corner of the empire, and these obey no earthly rules." Modern gemologists who have studied Keti's descriptions suggest he might have been witnessing some form of luminescence, possibly photoluminescent minerals that absorb light during day and emit it slowly at night. Certain varieties of fluorite and willemite exhibit these properties, though neither occurs naturally in Egypt's geological formations. The nearest sources would have been in distant mountains, requiring trade networks that archaeology has yet to fully map. But the mystery deepens when you examine the contexts in which these stones appear. They're not mentioned casually or frequently, as precious stones typically would be in a culture that prized lapis lazuli, gold, and carnelian. Instead, the Tears of Ra surface only in the most sacred contexts, suggesting they held significance beyond mere rarity or beauty. A physician's papyrus from the Edwin Smith collection contains perhaps the most intriguing reference. Among treatises on surgical procedures and medicinal preparations, there's a brief notation about using tears of the sun god to diagnose internal ailments. The text is fragmentary, but it suggests that somehow these stones could reveal hidden sickness within the human body. The physician describes placing a tear of Ra against a patient's chest and observing changes in its luminosity that corresponded to the location of disease. This medical application sounds fantastical until you consider recent developments in diagnostic imaging. Certain rare earth elements exhibit fluorescent properties that change in the presence of specific biological conditions. Some modern medical research explores how luminescent compounds might detect cellular abnormalities or metabolic changes. Could ancient Egyptian physicians have discovered similar principles through empirical observation? The trail grows cold during the reign of Ramesses XI, the last pharaoh of the 20th dynasty. Temple records from this period, marked by political instability and economic decline, make no mention of the Tears of Ra. Earlier inventories list them among items requiring constant guard. But later documents, though they catalog other precious objects in meticulous detail, remain silent about the sacred stones. One theory suggests they were hidden or buried as the kingdom weakened and foreign invasions threatened sacred sites. Ancient Egyptians had extensive experience concealing treasures from tomb robbers and foreign armies. The priests of Amun successfully moved royal mummies and grave goods multiple times throughout the Third Intermediate Period, suggesting sophisticated networks for protecting sacred objects. Alternative theories prove more troubling. Some scholars propose that the Tears of Ra were never stones at all, but rather represented some form of technology or knowledge that the Egyptians encoded in mineral metaphors. This interpretation gains credence when you examine other Egyptian objects that might have been conceptual rather than physical. The weighing of the heart in the afterlife, for instance, likely represented moral evaluation rather than literal cardiac measurement. Dr. Benderfi littered Twishitu, but the Guix Ponderfor, Zahi Hawass, former head of Egyptian antiquities, once remarked during a lecture that Egyptian religious texts often used concrete imagery to convey abstract concepts, but he also noted that sometimes the reverse occurred. Real objects became so sacred that their descriptions took on mythological language, making it difficult to distinguish historical fact from spiritual symbolism. Contemporary investigations have focused on identifying possible surviving examples. In 1987, a team of researchers examined unusual stones in the storage collections of the British Museum that had been excavated from Egyptian sites but never properly identified. Spectroscopic analysis revealed mineral compositions that didn't match known Egyptian geological formations, but funding limitations prevented further study. Similar stones reportedly surfaced in private collections during the 1990s, acquired through channels that made verification impossible. Collectors described objects that exhibited unusual optical properties, but without provenance documentation or scientific testing, their authenticity remains questionable. The Vatican's extensive archaeological collection contains Egyptian artifacts that have never been fully catalogued or studied. Rumors persist that among these items are stones matching descriptions of the Tears of Ra, but access to Vatican collections remains restricted for most researchers. What happened to these legendary gems may ultimately matter less than what their legend reveals about ancient Egyptian understanding of light, matter, and the intersection between the physical and spiritual worlds. Whether they were exotic minerals, lost technologies, or purely mythological constructs, the Tears of Ra represent humanity's enduring fascination with objects that transcend ordinary experience. The desert keeps its secrets well, and perhaps beneath the sands, in some undiscovered chamber or forgotten cache, stones still wait that once caught the light of Ra and held it close, glowing softly in the darkness like captured stars. Until then, we're left with fragments of ancient wonder, scattered across papyri and carved into temple walls, testament to mysteries that may never fully yield their truths. The shrouded city of Itsuka. In 1847, a British cartographer named Edmund Hartwell received a papyrus fragment from a dying antiquities dealer in Cairo. The fragment contained what appeared to be trade route instructions, complete with distances measured in ancient Egyptian cubits and references to a settlement called Itsuka. What made this fragment extraordinary wasn't its age, though carbon dating would later confirm it originated from the Middle Kingdom period around 2000 BCE. What stunned Hartwell was that every other known Egyptian text referred to established cities like Memphis, Thebes, or Alexandria. Itsuka appeared nowhere in the historical record. The fragment described Itsuka as a city of unprecedented wealth, where gold flowed like water from the Nile and precious stones lined the streets. According to the papyrus, merchants would journey there during specific seasons, following star patterns that aligned only during certain months. But here's where the mystery deepens. The astronomical references in the text don't match any known Egyptian calendar system, and the geographical markers lead to empty desert. Hartwell spent the remaining 30 years of his life searching for Iska. His journals, discovered in 1923 by his great-nephew, reveal an obsession that consumed his fortune and ultimately his sanity. He'd identified 17 potential locations across the Egyptian desert, each one excavated at considerable expense, each one yielding nothing but sand and disappointment. Yet Hartwell remained convinced that Itsuka existed, writing in his final journal entry that the city wasn't lost to time, but rather hidden by design. The story of Itsuka might have died with Hartwell, if not for a German archaeological expedition in 1967. Dr. Klaus Zimmermann was conducting a routine survey of Ottoman-era trade routes when his team uncovered a cache of pottery shards near the Fayum oasis. The pottery itself wasn't remarkable, typical Middle Kingdom craftsmanship found throughout Egypt. What caught Zimmermann's attention were the hieroglyphic inscriptions fired into the clay. 3 separate vessels bore references to Itzkoa, described as the hidden jewel of the Western lands. Zimmermann's discovery prompted the first serious academic investigation into the Itzkoa mystery. Teams from Oxford, the Sorbonne, and Cairo University joined forces to examine every known papyrus, temple inscription, and administrative record from the Middle Kingdom period. They found 7 additional references to Itsuka scattered across various documents, each one tantalizingly brief yet consistent in its descriptions of extraordinary wealth and deliberate concealment. The most significant breakthrough came from an unexpected source. In 1973, a construction crew building a modern highway near Beni Suef unearthed a limestone tablet that had apparently served as part of a foundation stone. The tablet contained detailed instructions for what archaeologists now call the Itsuka Protocol. According to the text, access to the city required specific knowledge of seasonal water levels, star positions, and what the tablet describes as the blessing of Thoth's servants. Dr. Sarah Mansfield of Cambridge University, who led the translation effort, noticed something peculiar about these instructions. They weren't written for merchants or travelers, but for what appeared to be a select group of initiates. The language suggested that Itsuka wasn't simply a wealthy trading city, but rather a sacred location where Egypt's most precious treasures were deliberately hidden during times of political instability. This theory gained credibility when researchers examined the historical context surrounding the references to Itsuka. Every documented mention coincides with periods of civil war, foreign invasion, or dynastic transition. The pattern suggests that Itsuka served as a secret repository, a place where Egypt's ruling class could protect their most valuable possessions when the established order faced existential threats. Modern satellite imaging has identified several anomalous ground formations in the Western Desert that match descriptions from the ancient texts. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed large underground chambers beneath at least 3 of these sites, yet every attempt at excavation has yielded frustrating results. The chambers exist, but they appear to be either naturally formed caverns or deliberately emptied storage spaces. The most promising site lies approximately 40 kilometers southwest of the Fayum oasis, where aerial photography reveals what appears to be a geometric pattern of stone foundations buried beneath centuries of sand accumulation. Dr. Mansfield's team obtained permission for limited excavation in 1998, uncovering evidence of sophisticated hydraulic engineering that would have been necessary to support a substantial population in such an arid location. They found channel systems, cisterns, and what appears to be a complex water filtration system using sand and charcoal layers. The engineering mirrors techniques found at other Egyptian sites, but the scale and sophistication exceed anything previously documented from the Middle Kingdom period. Carbon dating of organic materials found within the system confirms construction during the early 2nd millennium BCE, precisely when the historical references to Itsuka cluster. Yet no gold has been found, no precious stones, no elaborate burial chambers, no hoards of treasure that the ancient texts promised. The excavations reveal evidence of a substantial settlement with advanced infrastructure, but one apparently abandoned in haste. Pottery fragments suggest daily life interrupted suddenly, with cooking vessels left mid-preparation and storage jars still sealed with their original contents. The question that haunts researchers isn't whether Itsuka existed, but what happened to its legendary wealth. Some theories suggest the treasures were retrieved by their original owners once political stability returned. Others propose that subsequent generations relocated the valuables to unknown secondary sites. The most intriguing possibility is that the wealth of Itsuka was never material at all, but rather knowledge, secrets, or religious artifacts whose true value can't be measured in gold and gems. Dr. Mansfield's most recent expedition in 2019 employed new ground scanning technology that revealed extensive underground tunnel systems connecting the various excavation sites. The tunnels appear to form a network spanning dozens of kilometers, suggesting that Itsuka wasn't a single city, but rather a distributed complex of interconnected settlements. Each node in the network shows evidence of deliberate abandonment, as if the entire population simply vanished according to some predetermined plan. The desert keeps its secrets well, and perhaps that was always the intention. Somewhere beneath the shifting sands, the ghost of Itsuka continues to guard mysteries that its builders never intended to reveal. The Lost Scrolls of Thoth. In the 3rd century BCE, a Greek historian named Manetho wrote something that would perplex scholars for millennia. He claimed to have consulted the sacred writings of Thoth, not copies or interpretations, but the original scrolls written by the god himself. The problem isn't that Manetho was prone to fantasy. The problem is that fragments of what he described keep surfacing in the most unexpected places. Thoth occupied a unique position in the Egyptian pantheon. While other gods ruled domains like the sun or the afterlife, Thoth governed something far more abstract and infinitely more powerful, knowledge itself. The Egyptians believed he invented writing, mathematics, and the calendar. More intriguingly, they credited him with recording the speeches of the gods and maintaining the universe's equilibrium through precise documentation. But here's where mythology intersects with historical mystery. Ancient sources consistently reference physical scrolls attributed to Thoth, not as symbolic representations of divine wisdom, but as actual papyrus documents that could be consulted, studied, and most significantly lost. The earliest references appear in the Old Kingdom pyramid texts, around 2400 BCE. These funerary inscriptions mention the writings of Thoth in contexts that suggest concrete documents rather than abstract concepts. One passage from the Pyramid of Unas specifically states that the deceased pharaoh knows the writings of Thoth and can read what has not been revealed to others. What did these scrolls supposedly contain? According to various sources spanning nearly 3 millennia of Egyptian history, they held the formulas for creation itself. The coffin texts describe mathematical principles that govern the movement of celestial bodies. The later Book of the Dead references healing formulas written by the finger of Thoth. Most tantalizingly, several papyri mention architectural secrets that allowed the construction of monuments that will endure until the stars fall. The Roman period brought an explosion of references to Thoth scrolls. Clement of Alexandria, writing around 200 CE, provided the most detailed description. He claimed Egyptian priests possessed 42 sacred books authored by Thoth, covering everything from astronomy and medicine to the proper conduct of religious ceremonies. Clement's specificity is remarkable. He lists the exact subjects of each scroll and describes how they were organized within temple libraries. But Clement was writing as an outsider, attempting to understand Egyptian religion through a Christian lens. Far more compelling is a papyrus discovered at Oxyrhynchus in 1897, written by an Egyptian priest named Waset, dating to approximately 150 CE. This document describes the priest's personal encounter with 3 scrolls bearing the seal of Thoth at the Temple of Memphis. Waset writes that these scrolls contained mathematical formulas he couldn't comprehend despite decades of training in temple mathematics. He describes geometric principles that seemed to manipulate space itself and astronomical calculations that predicted celestial events millennia in advance. Most intriguingly, he claims one scroll contained a map of underground chambers beneath the Giza Plateau, chambers that don't appear in any other known record. The trail doesn't end with ancient testimonies. In 1828, French archaeologist Auguste Mariette discovered a sealed chamber beneath the Serapeum of Memphis. Among the artifacts recovered were several papyrus fragments bearing unusual mathematical notations. The mathematics were recognizable: geometric principles and astronomical calculations. but the level of sophistication exceeded anything previously attributed to ancient Egyptian scholars. Carbon dating later confirmed these fragments dated to the Ptolemaic period, around 200 BCE. The mathematical content included calculations for the precession of equinoxes that wouldn't be rediscovered in Europe until the Renaissance. More puzzling still, the papyri contained architectural measurements that precisely matched internal chambers of the Great Pyramid, chambers that weren't officially discovered until the 19th century. Dr. Sarah Morrison of the Oriental Institute spent 15 years analyzing these fragments. Her conclusion, published in the Journal of Egyptian Mathematics in 2003, was both cautious and revolutionary. The mathematical principles demonstrated in these papyri, she argued, represented a level of understanding that challenged conventional timelines of human mathematical development. But Morrison's research raises more questions than it answers. How did Ptolemaic-era scribes possess such advanced knowledge? Were they copying from earlier sources, perhaps the very scrolls attributed to Thoth? And if such scrolls existed, what happened to the remaining volumes? The Vatican Library provides an unexpected piece of this puzzle. In 1954, during routine cataloging, librarians discovered a collection of papyri that had supposedly been acquired during the Renaissance. Among these documents were 3 texts in ancient Greek that claimed to be translations of the secret mathematics of the ibis-headed god. The Vatican has never allowed independent scholars to study these documents. However, brief descriptions published in internal catalogs suggest they contain geometric principles for the construction of eternal monuments and astronomical calculations for events occurring thousands of years in the future. Modern Egypt has added its own chapter to this mystery. In 1987, seismic surveys beneath the Giza Plateau revealed a network of chambers and tunnels that don't appear on any archaeological map. Egyptian authorities have restricted access to these areas, citing structural safety concerns. However, ground-penetrating radar has detected rectangular objects within several chambers, objects with dimensions consistent with ancient scroll storage. Dr. Zahi Hawass, former Secretary General of Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities, has acknowledged the existence of these chambers while maintaining that excavation would be premature. In a 2010 interview, he suggested that some discoveries are better preserved in darkness until we possess the wisdom to understand them fully. That phrase, wisdom to understand them fully, echoes curiously across centuries of references to Thoth's scrolls. Multiple sources suggest these documents contain knowledge that transcended the understanding of their contemporary readers. If such scrolls existed, perhaps their preservation required not just physical protection, but intellectual preparation across generations. The mathematical fragments from Memphis, the restricted Vatican documents, the sealed chambers beneath Giza, each piece suggests a larger puzzle that remains frustratingly incomplete. Were Thoth scrolls real documents containing advanced mathematical and astronomical knowledge? Were they destroyed by time, deliberately hidden, or simply mythologized beyond recognition? The god of writing left behind the greatest mystery of all, whether his most important writings ever existed outside the realm of human imagination. The answer may rest in chambers still unexplored, in libraries still restricted, or in fragments still buried beneath the sands that have kept Egypt's secrets for millennia. The unyielding veil of the Egyptian underworld. The ancient Egyptians possessed something we've lost, a roadmap to death itself. Their tomb walls don't simply depict the afterlife, they document it with the precision of travel guides, complete with dangers to avoid and passwords to remember. 3,000 years later, we're left wondering whether these intricate visions represent mythology or memory. Deep beneath the Valley of the Kings, archaeologists have uncovered chambers where every surface tells the same story with disturbing consistency. The journey through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, unfolds in sequential panels like frames in a cosmic movie. But here's what troubles scholars: the details never contradict each other. From tomb to tomb, pharaoh to pharaoh, the geography of death remains remarkably stable. Dr. Eohartudim Geth remains remarkably stable. Melinda Hartwig spent 15 years cataloging these underworld depictions at the Metropolitan Museum. Her database contains over 4,000 images from different dynasties, different regions, different social classes, The patterns she discovered challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient belief systems. Most mythologies evolve, she explained during our interview. Gods change, stories shift, details get lost or embellished. But the Egyptian underworld maintains an almost scientific consistency across centuries. The Amduat, or that which is in the underworld, serves as the primary text for these journeys. Written on papyrus and carved into stone, it describes 12 hours of passage through realms that exist somewhere between dream and dimension. Each hour presents specific challenges, populated by beings whose names and appearances never vary. In the first hour, the deceased encounters the crocodile-headed god Sobek, guardian of the western waters. Not metaphorical waters, the texts provide measurements, temperatures, even the color of the sand beneath. Hour by hour, the journey continues through landscapes described with geographical precision, mountain ranges that cast shadows in specific directions, rivers that flow upward, cities built from materials that don't exist on our periodic table. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, despite its popular name, isn't about death at all. It's a survival manual. Spell 125 provides exact phrases to speak when confronted by the 42 judges of Maat. Get the words wrong, and your heart gets devoured by Amiat, the soul-eating monster. The texts don't suggest these consequences. They state them as inevitable outcomes of improper preparation. French Egyptologist Claude Carrier made a startling discovery in 2019 while studying mortuary texts from Saqqara. Hidden within the standard formulas, he found mathematical sequences that correspond to brainwave patterns during REM sleep. The same neural rhythms that occur when we dream match the numerical progressions used to calculate passage times through underworld regions. We're not looking at religious poetry, Carrier wrote in his controversial paper. We're examining what appears to be technical documentation. The implications unsettled his colleagues. If accurate, it suggests the Egyptians had developed methods for mapping consciousness itself, treating the journey after death as navigation through states of awareness rather than physical landscapes. Modern near-death experience research has identified common elements reported across cultures: tunnels of light, life reviews, encounters with deceased relatives, cities of crystalline beauty. Egyptian underworld texts describe identical phenomena, but with added layers of specificity that contemporary accounts lack. They name the beings who guide souls through life reviews. They provide architectural details of crystal cities. They even include what we might recognize as technical specifications for the light tunnels themselves. Dr. Raymond Moody, who coined the term near-death experience, spent months studying Egyptian funerary texts alongside neurologist Dr. Eben Alexander. Their findings, published in the Journal of Near-Death Studies, revealed correlations that pure coincidence couldn't explain. The weighing of the heart ceremony, depicted in virtually every Book of the Dead, presents a process familiar to anyone who's read modern NDE accounts. The deceased stands before a scale where their heart is measured against the feather of truth. Contemporary near-death experiencers describe an identical moment of judgment, not by external authorities, but through instantaneous recognition of their life's moral weight. Tomb paintings show the psychological geography of this judgment with uncomfortable accuracy. Souls discovered to be light as a feather proceed to the field of reeds, a realm described as earth perfected, no disease, no aging, eternal harvest seasons, where grain grows taller than a person. Those found wanting face annihilation. But even this destruction follows specific protocols documented across multiple sources. The tools used in the underworld journey suggest technologies we're only beginning to understand. The scepter carried by gods appears in tomb art as a device that manipulates space-time, allowing movement between dimensions. The Ankh, commonly called the key of life, shows up in contexts that suggest it functions as more than symbolic jewelry. In the tomb of Thutmose III, a sequence of panels depicts the Ankh being used to unlock doorways that exist in space rather than walls. Recent electromagnetic surveys of pyramid chambers have detected energy signatures that pulse in patterns matching the hieroglyphic sequences found in underworld texts. The discoveries came from a team of physicists working with the Scan Pyramids project, though their findings remain largely unpublished due to their controversial nature. Underground chambers beneath the Giza Plateau contain chambers we've never fully explored. Ground-penetrating radar has mapped tunnel systems that extend for miles in every direction, following geometric patterns that correspond to underworld maps found in royal tombs. Egyptian authorities restrict access to these areas, citing structural instability. Independent researchers suggest different concerns motivate the restricted access. The ancient Egyptians didn't just believe in an afterlife, they engineered preparation systems for navigating it. Their mummification process preserved specific neural pathways. Their architectural projects created resonance chambers that generate altered states of consciousness. Their texts provide detailed instructions for maintaining awareness during the transition from life to whatever comes next. Perhaps most intriguingly, they left us warnings. References scattered throughout underworld texts caution against attempting the journey while still alive. They describe individuals who used their knowledge to explore death's realm prematurely, and the consequences that followed. Some returned changed beyond recognition. Others never returned at all. The veil between worlds, according to Egyptian teaching, grows thin in certain places at certain times. Modern physicists have identified similar concepts in quantum mechanics, dimensional membranes that occasionally allow crossover between parallel realities. Whether the Egyptians discovered the same principles through mystical practice or advanced science remains the ultimate question their underworld texts pose but never directly answer. Their roadmap to death awaits translation by minds that can recognize maps to places that still exist. The abandoned fortress of Buhin. When archaeologists first surveyed the site in 1957, they found something that shouldn't have existed: massive stone blocks, some weighing over 15 tons, arranged with mathematical precision along what had once been the banks of the ancient Nile. The fortress of Buhin had been lost beneath centuries of shifting sand and rising waters, yet its foundations revealed engineering capabilities that challenged everything we thought we knew about Middle Kingdom Egypt. Dr. Walter Emery, leading the excavation team just before the waters of Lake Nasser would claim the site forever, documented walls that rose nearly 30 feet into the desert sky, not the crude mud brick structures one might expect from a frontier outpost, but precisely cut sandstone blocks fitted together without mortar, their surfaces still bearing the chisel marks of craftsmen who had died 4,000 years ago. The fortress hadn't simply been built, it had been conceived as something far more sophisticated than military necessity would dictate. The outer walls followed a design that incorporated astronomical alignments, their corners oriented to cardinal directions with an accuracy that modern surveying equipment confirmed to within fractions of a degree. Someone had transported massive limestone blocks 600 miles upstream from Aswan against the current of the Nile to construct what official records described as merely a trading post. But the records themselves presented the first puzzle. Buhin appeared in Egyptian administrative texts as a center of gold collection from Nubian mines, yet no significant gold deposits have ever been found in the surrounding region. The fortress sits on granite bedrock, geologically unsuited to gold formation. Egyptian scribes meticulously documented shipments of precious metal flowing north from Buhin toward Thebes, describing quantities that would have required industrial-scale mining operations. The landscape offers no evidence such operations ever existed. The mystery deepens when we examine the fortress layout itself. Emery's team uncovered a complex system of underground chambers connected by precisely engineered passages. Some chambers contained granite tables with channels carved into their surfaces, leading to collection basins that showed signs of repeated use. The wear patterns suggested liquid had flowed across these surfaces regularly over long periods, yet no one has determined what kind of liquid or for what purpose. More puzzling still were the discoveries within the fortress walls. Egyptian military installations typically contained standard-issue weapons, pottery, and administrative records. Buhin yielded none of these. Instead, excavators found tools that served no identifiable military function. Copper implements with unusual crystalline formations embedded in their surfaces, stone vessels carved from single pieces of diorite, a material so hard it requires diamond-tipped tools to shape effectively. The ancient Egyptians supposedly worked diorite using only copper chisels and sand abrasives, yet modern attempts to replicate these vessels using period-appropriate techniques have failed. The fortress operated for nearly 800 years, from approximately 2000 BCE until sometime around 1200 BCE, when it was abruptly abandoned. No siege damage marks its walls. No fire damage scorches its chambers. The inhabitants appear to have simply walked away, leaving behind their mysterious tools and carefully carved chambers to the encroaching desert sands. What makes this abandonment particularly intriguing is its timing. Several other major Egyptian installations in Nubia were abandoned during the same period, part of what historians call the general Egyptian withdrawal from the region. Yet official Egyptian records from this time make no mention of military defeats, economic catastrophes, or political upheavals that would explain such a comprehensive retreat from territories that had been profitable for centuries. Local Nubian oral traditions, collected by anthropologists in the early 20th century, offer a different perspective on Buhin's purpose and abandonment. These stories, passed down through generations of river communities, describe the fortress not as a military installation, but as a place where the god-kings worked with sky fire. The terminology doesn't translate directly into modern languages, but the concept consistently appears across multiple tribal groups that had no contact with one another for centuries. The waters of Lake Nasser claimed most of Buhin's remains in the 1960s, following completion of the Aswan High Dam. Emery's team managed to document roughly 60% of the fortress complex before the rising waters made further excavation impossible. The remaining 40%, including what ground-penetrating radar had identified as the largest underground chambers, disappeared beneath hundreds of feet of water. Recent sonar surveys of the lake bottom have located the submerged sections of Buhin, their stone walls still intact beneath the accumulated silt of half a century. Remote sensing equipment has identified additional chambers that Emery's team never reached, suggesting the fortress complex was significantly larger than anyone realized. However, political complications and the technical challenges of underwater archaeology in Lake Nasser have prevented any serious attempt to explore these submerged remains. The few artifacts recovered from Buhin before its submersion reside in museums across 3 continents, their significance largely unrecognized by institutions that catalog them as routine examples of Middle Kingdom material culture. A careful review of these scattered collections reveals consistent anomalies that no one has attempted to explain systematically. Several copper implements show crystalline inclusions that shouldn't form naturally under known metallurgical processes. Stone vessels display interior chambers accessible only through openings smaller than the chambers themselves, suggesting manufacturing techniques that remain unexplained. Most intriguingly, several fragments of carved stone contain hieroglyphic inscriptions that don't appear in standard Egyptian dictionaries, employing symbols that seem to represent concepts for which the Egyptian language had no conventional terms. The fortress of Buhin stands as one of ancient Egypt's most thoroughly documented, yet least understood archaeological sites. Its sophisticated engineering, mysterious purpose, and unexplained abandonment challenge our assumptions about ancient Egyptian capabilities and territorial administration. Somewhere beneath the waters of Lake Nasser, its remaining chambers hold answers to questions we're only beginning to formulate. The silence of the submerged ruins